Hello again. Hello, hello. Hi, everyone. So we're about to get started now. Okay, great. All right, so before we get right into it, I just wanted to make a couple of announcements. First of all, this is a chaos event and is also under the chaos code of conduct, so please be kind and respectful while interacting with people. Also, if you wanted to use the toilets, you could use the bridge over here or through the door where the coats are hanged, and you would see toilets. There's also one downstairs, the first floor as well, if you want to use that as well. Okay, great. So for today, our first session is demonstrating organizational value for open source efforts by the one and only Dr. Dawn Foster. And yeah, please, a round of applause while she comes upstairs.
All right, thanks everybody. So welcome to CHAOSSCON. We're all here today because of our love of open source metrics, analytics, data, project health, and the CHAOSS project in general. So the metrics and data generated by open source software can be so overwhelming. But we have an entire day ahead of us to discuss, learn from each other, and collaborate around a wide variety of open source topics. So I know that I'm looking forward to the rest of the day, and I hope everyone else is too. So for me, the CHAOSS project is not just about metrics, but about how we actually use the metrics in our day-to-day open source work to make our projects healthier, more sustainable, more viable. And I've spent the last 30 years or so helping companies think strategically about using and contributing to open source software. And a big part of doing that's been using data and metrics to justify various open source efforts. I've done this within companies like Intel and VMware, and I've done this on a volunteer basis for organizations like the Cloud Native Computing Foundation when I was co-chair for their Contributor Strategy Technical Advisory Group, along with their governance working group. So I've probably worked with, I don't know, maybe 100 open source projects over the years, but the focus has never been on the metrics alone. But with thinking strategically about how to learn from what we see in the metrics to improve our work in open source software. So this is why this presentation is actually a little less focused on metrics and more focused on how we can use metrics as part of how we demonstrate the value of our open source efforts. So I'll start today with a brief overview of what to expect here at CHAOSSCON and a little bit about the CHAOSS project as a whole before moving on to talk about how demonstrating the value of your open source efforts relies on goal alignment, which includes aligning your open source work with the broader goals of your organization. Then we'll move on to prioritization of efforts by looking at project criticality along with project health risk. And finally, I'll talk about framing the value of your work in a way that resonates with your leadership team. So we have an action-packed agenda for you today with so many interesting options to choose from. That QR code should take you right to the schedule. I hope. That's what they told me and I forgot to test it. Okay, good. Confirmation. So we're all here together for the first hour of main track talks. And then at 10 a.m., you get to choose between staying here for the talks or moving into one of the other rooms for various workshops and birds of a feather sessions. We also have lightning talks starting at noon here in the main room, and we have space for a few more. So find Georg. Where did Georg go? Oh, I mentioned him, and he walks out. So find Georg. He's in a nice spiffy suit if you'd like to sign up to do a very short lightning talk. At 12:30, we all come back together here to have lunch. And there will also be a meet and greet with Paloma about her new book. And there'll be a lunch and learn about Thunderbird metrics. And then at 2 o'clock, we have some unconference sessions. We have some more workshops. And then at 4 p.m., we all come back together for a final panel discussion about funding. And then we have a social event where we'll even have a craft table. So I used my 3D printer to print a whole bunch of cool CHAOSS logo things that we can turn into earrings, keychains, necklaces, whatever y'all want to do. And then after the social, we have even more BOFs and workshops. So And also, if any of this gets to be a bit much, we have the Angel Room as a dedicated quiet space, so you can spend some time to chill if you need it throughout the day. Now, how many of you, Callie? My connection is good. I think it's the TV itself. I don't know if somebody wants to. Okay, I will let people deal with that. Okay, so how many of you are here at CHAOSSCON for the very first time? Ooh. Oh, this is exciting. That's very cool. How many of you are here for the second time? Also quite a few. Third time? More than 3? A few of us. Okay, awesome. This is great. So for those of you who are new to CHAOSS, I'm glad I included a couple of slides. CHAOSS stands for Community Health Analytics for Open Source Software. So that's what the acronym stands for. So I'm guessing that most of you know about CHAOSS since you're here. But I also suspect that some of you think that we just define metrics and create software to collect those metrics, which we absolutely still do. But we've also expanded our focus into other areas, right? We've realized that sometimes people struggle with that tsunami of metrics that are available on those nice metrics dashboards that we have. Oh, I don't know what just happened there. Okay, cool. Now I've lost my place. Okay, yeah. So we've started spending some more time to help people overcome that tsunami of metrics and help them figure out how to use metrics to drive decisions related to their context. And then we have active working groups that cover a whole bunch of different areas, which you can see on the slide. We also have chapters focused on chaos in Africa and Asia. And of course, we have software to help people gather and analyze metrics about open source projects. Now, you're already here, which is an excellent start. But if you're looking to get more involved in chaos, sorry, every time they do that, my screen goes down. Okay. Sorry. How about now? Do you maybe need to switch it over to HDMI? That happened last time things got plugged and unplugged. I'm also, all right, I'm gonna. But I'm not going to mirror my slides because I have speaker notes. Okay. I don't normally use AirPlay. We're good? No? We good? All right. There we go. Okay, all right. So this is that big list of working groups that I was talking about earlier. We will upload the PDF of the slides later, so you'll have those. But if you're looking for more ways to get involved in chaos, I have some suggestions. Everyone's welcome to attend any of our meetings or join any of our Slack channels to get involved in any of our groups, chapters, initiatives, software projects. And a good place to get started is to join one of our newcomer hangouts, where you can ask questions, have someone help you get started. And we also recommend joining our weekly CHAOSS community meetings on Tuesday, where you can learn about what we're working on. You can pick any of our working groups or chapters, drop into those meetings or Slack channels. And the link at the bottom of the slide will take you to a page with more information and links, so you can find all of our meetings. Now, we also have several areas within the CHAOSS project that are always looking, looking for contributors. Our education project is a great place to contribute. even if you're new to CHAOSS. We have educational videos on a wide variety of CHAOSS topics, but also some adjacent topics. And you can contribute by writing the script for a course, creating the presentation, and or recording a video. But you don't need to do all three. If you prefer to create the materials and have someone else record it, you can do that too. The CHAOSS DEI badging initiative allows events and projects to apply for any of our badges. And these badges are really popular, especially for events. So we're always looking for badgers to review these applications. And we're looking for outreach ambassadors to help spread the word about the badges as well. And the badging team will teach you everything you need to know. So this is also a great way to get started if you're a newcomer to CHAOSS. And finally, as with most open source projects, we of course have software. And we're always looking for people who want to provide feedback as users, file issues when something goes wrong, improve our documentation, or contribute directly to the software itself. I've linked all of these to web pages with more details where you can learn more. We've also recently launched a practitioner guide series. And we're also looking for people to contribute new guides, provide feedback on any of the guides that are work in progress. And you can suggest new guides, even guides that you'd like someone else to create. And each guide is focused on a single topic, but the real value of these guides isn't actually in the metrics at all. It's in how you can make meaningful improvements to your open source projects across several key areas. So if you're looking for additional ideas for improving your projects, these guides are a good place to start. And we have guides on improving responsiveness, contributor sustainability, organizational participation, assessing viability, and a few more. And so one of our newer guides is about demonstrating the value of your open source efforts within an organization, which is what I'm going to be talking about for the rest of this presentation. So demonstrating organizational value is one of our most ambitious practitioner guides. And it's different from some of the other guides in the series. Most of our guides were designed as getting started guides to help people make quick progress on a topic that maybe they didn't have much experience with. And as many of you know, demonstrating the value of your open source efforts can be a real challenge for many open source teams, many OSPOs, to justify the value of this work to your executives and organizational leadership so that the open source work can continue over the long periods of time that are actually needed to sustain open source projects. Open source teams often default to justifying their work by talking about contributions to open source in a way that often sounds an awful lot like charity, by talking about how it's good for the community, which it totally is. But this doesn't necessarily resonate with leadership because it doesn't show a return on investment of that employee time. So in other cases, open source teams provide an overview of the work done in an open source project by using numbers of contributions, numbers of maintainers, numbers of commits. However, what that indicates to leadership is that employees are spending time and effort, but there still isn't a demonstrated return on the time that's spent by employees on those efforts. The best way to demonstrate value for your open source efforts is by showing how the work helps your organization achieve their goals. So the leadership team has to look across the entire organization and prioritize the efforts that have the biggest overall impact on the organization as a whole. So this means that if you want your leadership to continue to staff and fund your open source efforts, you need to make the case for why your work is important, as important or more important than the other efforts that are also competing for those limited resources. So having a clear open source strategy where you can tell the story of how the open source work helps the organization achieve its goals is the best way for leadership to understand the importance of the work so that you can actually continue doing it. Now, when I worked at Pivotal, I was responsible for our open source strategy, and Kubernetes was a big part of that strategy. So this was before the VMware acquisition of Pivotal, and we were in the process of making the shift from using Cloud Foundry as the base for some of our main products to using Kubernetes. And this was a huge shift for the company. So Pivotal was one of the creators of Cloud Foundry, and we had loads of influence in that project. But on the other hand, we were just getting started with Kubernetes. Sorry. I spent quite a bit of time talking to our CTO who was driving this shift along with the people responsible for driving the individual product strategies with a focus on where we wanted to be in a few years. So I also, at the same time, started engaging within the Kubernetes community to explore all the different aspects of Kubernetes while talking to our engineers about the strengths and weaknesses of various areas, because Kubernetes was still pretty immature at that time, with the goal of matching up what we were going to need in the next few years with the areas within Kubernetes that would need work. So I used all this information. I created this big written strategy that helped tie our Kubernetes work back to the overall company mission and goals. So I was able to get people allocated to upstream Kubernetes by showing how our long-term product strategies relied on specific areas within Kubernetes, within the code base, and outlining where we needed to make contribution to support those products. And then we continued to track those contributions so we could show the value of the work we were providing back to the company. So the Demonstrating Value Practitioner Guide has a framework that can help you think about demonstrating the value of your work using a rough formula that uses criticality and project health risk to help you prioritize your open source efforts. So the first step is to determine criticality, which is key to defining the importance of a project to your organization and aligning with your overall goals, because critical projects can be used to frame the strategies in a way that leadership will understand. And help them understand how important it is to continue this work over the long term. So you can start by looking at how your organization depends on the project. For example, if a project has a big impact on your ability to deliver products or services to your customers, then it probably has a high criticality. So I've seen a lot of people struggle with the difference between projects that are frequently used, which is more of a question of scale, versus the projects that are truly strategic. So the way I like to think about this is asking whether I could easily drop in a replacement. So you might use a tiny library and a whole bunch of your products to make some task quicker and easier. But if you could easily replace it with something else, like a similar library, or you could easily rewrite it yourself pretty easily, then it's not likely to be a critical project. Something like Kubernetes, on the other hand, is an incredibly complex piece of software that could not be easily replaced. So if you're relying on it to deliver products and services to your customers, then this would be a critical project for you. So when I was at VMware, I was responsible for maintaining our list of strategic projects. So this came about because executives would ask, so which open source projects are most important to us? And our compliance team would send them a list of packages that were used most frequently in our products, which isn't what leadership cared about, but that was the data we had. So leadership wanted to know which open source projects were most critical or most strategic for us. And we generated this strategic project list by talking to the product folks in our business units and just asking them what open source projects they relied on and couldn't produce their products without them. So it provided a window for executives into which projects were most important and most strategic, while also helping, because we had a whole bunch of business units, VMware's a big company, it helped our business units coordinate with each other when they were engaging in the same projects. And it also provided a way to justify having people contribute to those projects. So some open source projects are healthier and more sustainable than others. A healthy open source project that's critical to your organization is actually likely to be a lower priority for contribution than an equally critical but more risky project that maybe needs your organization's help to become healthy. And by working to improve project health, you can reduce the risk of using it by allocating resources to improve the project and bring it into a healthier state. So there are plenty of metrics you can use to think about project health risk. So things like code-based quality, responsiveness, organizational diversity, roadmaps, documentation, security, these are all good places to start. So the priority for investment for your organization is a combination of criticality and project health risk. And that combination is unique to your organization. So every organization has different goals, they have different needs, and you need to allocate staff to areas that are the highest priority for your organization. So you need to use your limited resources wisely in a way that can be justified to your leadership as part of helping the organization achieve its goals. So by defining the highest priority projects, you can justify the work by showing how the work on those projects helps you achieve your goals as an organization. Now this slide just kind of helps summarize how criticality and project risk come together to help you set priorities and make the best use out of those limited resources. Assessing criticality starts with looking at how much you depend on that project, along with the opportunities available to you from participating. So you also need to consider how the project aligns with your organization's goals. And the other half of the equation assesses project health risk, to understand the risks that you might be taking by using the project, along with looking at how you might be able to engage within the project to help it become more sustainable. And both of these together can help you set priorities so that you're using your limited resources on the projects that will have the biggest impact toward helping your organization achieve their goals. So after identifying the critical projects and prioritizing them to work on the ones that generate the most value for your organization, you still need to communicate how your work is helping to achieve the organization's goals. So too often, OSPOs default to measuring things that are easy to count rather than the activities that have the most value. So you need to make sure that your communications to leadership stay laser focused on the value of the work. It can help to think about whether the features you need are complete and stable, whether the issues you're concerned about are being addressed, and whether the projects you rely on are healthy and sustainable. And so the Demonstrating Value Guide has more detailed examples of how to do this, but it comes down to being able to measure what matters and use the data to tell the story about the value of the work. Now this slide is just a couple of examples of how you might frame the value of your open source work. So the top part focuses on bugs, since bugs are something that just about everyone, including your leadership, can probably relate to. And while it may seem like you're just counting things, these data points can help you tell a story about the impact. So for example, in Project Foo, there were 11 bugs that were submitted by your team, issues you needed to get fixed. But by submitting those bugs upstream, 36% of them were actually fixed by someone else. So that's effort that you didn't have to spend, and that's a tangible benefit to your organization. So in the bullet points below, you can see the numbers of software engineers, product managers allocated to each project, along with the benefit that came from having them work in those projects. So benefits include things like features that help improve productivity, what you've done to improve the health, how you're boosting the company's reputation in that space, which may be something your company cares about, and how you're better able to support your use of these projects. So this would not be the format that you would use to present this to your executives, just to be clear, but it helps provide a sense of the types of information that you might want to focus on. But again, what you focus on when framing the value has to map to your organization's goals and what your organization cares about. So every organization has unique needs and goals on what you're trying to achieve. There is no one-size-fits-all way of demonstrating value. I wish there was, because that would be easier. But there are certainly, the framework in this guide uses criticality and project health risk to set your priorities, which is one way, just one way to think about demonstrating value. There are certainly loads of other ways. What's important is to understand how the open source work helps your organization achieve its goals and be able to frame the value in ways that resonate with your leadership team. So with that, a few quick thank yous before I see if we have time for questions. First of all, the Alfred P. Sloan Foundation, they fund the CHAOSS Data Science Initiative. I also wanted to thank Bob, since he was my co-author on the Demonstrating Value Practitioner Guide, and a lot of that content is based on some of the work that he did when he was at Google. So with that, I will just say thank you and see if we have any questions. Do we have 2 minutes for questions? Is that what time we have?
Yeah, sure, we do. So any questions for Don? Okay, I see his hand first.
And we're using the microphone for the live stream.
Right, thank you. So you mentioned that usually the most critical is the project, the less likely is to get more contributions. And I was wondering if it's kind of related to how rewarding it is, because usually if a project is critical for the organization, it's because it's a mature project and usually more complex and old code base. And usually those projects are less rewarding to contribute to, comparing them to new shiny projects using new technologies and new things. So do you think that might be related to that, or to what exactly?
Yeah, so I think it depends a lot on the type of project that it is. So a critical project that is, maybe older and more mature, it probably requires less contribution. But you might still find, that there are some bugs that you needed to fix, maybe a feature that you wish worked a little bit differently. So there are certainly areas that you might want to contribute in some of those more mature projects. But it is probably the projects that are maybe less mature, that are newer, that are shiny, that some companies do embrace those fairly early. So when I was at Pivotal and VMware, Kubernetes, like the path to upgrade clusters was really immature, and that was something that our customers absolutely needed if we were going to build this into our products. So that was actually the area that VMware and Pivotal focused on first. It was called the Cluster API part of the project. So sometimes you embrace those things that are still a little bit immature and still need some work, but are interesting projects nonetheless. Yeah, so it depends, like so many things. I think David had a question.
Yeah.
Thanks, great presentation.
Thanks.
Vendor lock-in and enshittification are real frustrations with industry and users. Do you have an idea of how to tell that story to leadership with metrics, or I believe that open source is the antidote to that, vendor lock-in. So how to tell that story?
Yeah, absolutely. So I don't have time to answer that question because that's a really big question. But I do think that is a really important piece of the story. So here in Europe, it's something that we're thinking about a lot around digital sovereignty, for example, and reducing vendor lock-in in particular on American companies. So open source is generally pitched as the solution for that. So I do think it's an important part of when you're discussing this with leadership, because one of the things about especially if you're embracing projects that are owned by a single company, you just never know. You never know what they're going to do with that, and you just never know. You never know what's going to happen next. At least with an open source project, you have maybe a little more control over that. But I think it's an important part of the story for sure. Okay, I think Sal has a question. Okay, so Maryblessing's going to explain that to you because I have no idea what. So the question is on the physical badges. Can you get the mic to Cedric or sorry? No.
Yeah, Xavier can answer that.
Yeah. Okay, while he does that, I'm going to set up with David for the next presentation.
All right. Yeah. Thank you. Is based on the work of the American academic Elinor Ostrom. She's the first woman who got the Nobel Prize of Economics back in 2009. Yeah. And it's all about showing that there is another way to manage our common resources than through privatization that depletes our resources, or the state that is a very bureaucratic top-down. And so we started this place like a year and a half ago, and we tried to manage it as an open source project itself. And so since FOSDEM is happening in Brussels every year, we thought that, hey, why don't we create a pop-up village that we call the Open Source Village? And this is the very first edition. There's going to be many more. So it's really so great that Chaos community is here, part of the first edition. This is really so nice. And this NFC tag is basically part of the experience. It's an open source project itself. You can scan it with your phone, and it's a way to join the village. So here's the trick, though, is that to join a village, you need to be onboarded by an existing villager, right? And every villager can only onboard up to 4 people. So maybe people who have already been onboarded can raise their hand. So now that, here we go. So now you need to go find one of those people. So you scan your NFC tag, and you will see that it will ask you to scan an invitation code. And so you need to find one of those people. So Kevin here, and who else raise your hand again? All right, you go, those 2 people. And then you will need to also onboard other people, right? Because again, I run out of invitations. And so once you're on board it, you can see there is, it's basically an offers and needs market, and where you can also offer workshops. And so people can RSVP to your workshops, and that's how you earn more tokens. And then you can use that. So anyway, it's kind of a big experiment. So if you have any feedback, don't hesitate. Everything is on GitHub. You can fork, you can make pull requests, whatever. You can talk to me if you see bugs or whatnot. But this is all about building open source tools to help communities recreate villages. Right? We've learned so much in those open source communities over the years to manage those communities. Now it's time to apply those learnings in real life. I believe that IRL is the new URL. Right? And so it's time to rebuild communities in this crazy world out there where polarity is through the roof and so on. So it's time that we have superpowers because of all the learnings we've done in those open source communities. So let's apply them to rebuild a new world order based on open source values and technology.
Okay, thank you so much, Cedric. Yeah, so just a few comments. Please, if you haven't registered, Elizabeth is behind there. Please go see her so that you could, yeah, she's waving. So please go see her so that you could register. And so we have the keynote for today. And where's David? Oh, right. Okay, so David is the OSPO director at George Washington University, and he also co-leads the CHAOSS working group for the UN SDGs working group here in CHAOSS. So he's going to be delivering a keynote on discovering and measuring the impact and health of digital public goods. So I hope you have a good time, and please a round of applause for him as he comes up.
Thank you, Maryblessing. Everybody hear me? Excellent. I'm so excited to be here. Thank you, CHAOSS. What a welcoming community. I love this group. Let me get this going. All right, fantastic. Let's talk about DPGs and metrics and discovering the great work that is being done in open source. A little bit about myself. I have a fantastic wife, Sarah. I have a great kid, Alice. She's 5. They are stuck in snow and ice right now, no school. One of them is very happy about not having school this week. For my day job, I am the director of the Open Source Program Office at George Washington University. We have a fantastic team. There's 6 of us. Rosemary is our program coordinator, and then there's a picture of our 4 student workers. They're unicorns. They're amazing. I'm amazed at all the work that they do every day. And then CHAOSS, I was already introduced. I'm the co-chair of the UN SDG working group. And I'm new to academia as of about 2 years ago. Before that, I was in industry as a data engineer. So I love data. I love, like, this metrics talk I love it. Is open source the answer to all of our problems? Yes. Let's just go with that. The origin story for the working group, I've told some people this before, but UN has been having an open source week. They've had 3 of them so far. I'm excited they're going to have a 4th this summer, so I recommend going if you can. But 2 summers ago, they had a call to action. They are all in on open source. They have open source principles, and they're moving everything to open source. And they believe that open source is the answer, and that it is doing so much work at addressing the various SDGs, but they don't know how to measure that. So I asked, so they had a call to action, like, help us figure this out. How is open source contributing? And I asked a silly question in a Slack right after the conference and said, how are you measuring this? And they said, good question. Why don't you look into that? And before I knew it, I was co-chairing a working group, and Ruth Akega was like, I'll help, and CHAOSS said, let's host it. And so the community started, and it's a fantastic, I think this is the right place for this working group. And we have meetings every Wednesday, every other Wednesday, so next Wednesday. And yeah, it's a lot of fun. The community that's built up around this working group, there's a lot of members from the Curious group, which is the academic OSPOs, a lot of the CHAOSS members. Thank you so much to Elizabeth and to Matt and Sean and Maryblessing and Dawn, all the people that have really helped get this up and started. And then the UN membership, Michael Downey has been instrumental in helping this working group. And then there's so many individuals that have really stood up over the last year as we make progress. So this is our mission. I'm just going to read it because we spent some time to word craft it. Empower open source communities with metrics to align their contributions with the UN Sustainable Development Goals and enhance the role of open source in achieving global sustainability. So let's do this. For people that don't know, does everyone know what the Sustainable Development Goals are? Okay, not everybody. So a universal call to action to end poverty, protect the planet, and ensure that by 2030 all people enjoy peace and prosperity. A very small scoped mission by the UN. I love it. In this time of short-term, quarterly profit-driven thinking, of mine, this is totally changing that. It's long-term vision. What can we do over the next 10 years? And how can we all work together? So just that mindset is fantastic. And so they've created all of these bins. Like climate action is just SDG 13. It's just one of them. So these are very broad categories that are trying to make the world a better place. I love it. For each goal, there's a target that we want to try to achieve, a goal, a lofty goal, by 2030. And then there's indicators. This is the metrics. This is how do we demonstrate that we have impact, that we've had positive impact. And unfortunately, some of the progress is not progress. The UN is trying to measure this country by country. I actually don't love that they are so focused on countries, because to me, open source, one of its superpowers, is the legal framework of crossing borders and letting people work across those borders. So let's take advantage of that. Let's stop partitioning it. But if it's a healthy competition, I mean, I like World Cup and stuff like that, then let's do it. Let's have the countries compete. But mostly, some of these projects, I just want us to all work together like we are. So the targets, each goal has a set of targets, and then each of these targets has measurable indicators to know if you're progressing towards that target. Digital public goods, there's a DPG Alliance, and they have a registry. So this is a very official standard that they've created. It's a high standard, and they do a manual audit every year of the projects. So there are only 231 right now, digital public goods. And I think that's crazy. There's so much more work that's out there in the open source world. So a big part of our project is to get the word out for those other projects. And one thing I want to highlight for digital public goods, it's the idea of the commons and what can we share and have together. GitHub itself is not open source. It is not a digital public good. Microsoft could do mean things, probably will if enshittification is going to happen. So how do we move places like that into the commons where we can protect it and share it? So I love digital public goods. India and many countries in Africa and many countries in the EU, I think, are leading the way into this digital sovereignty. And the US, I hope, will catch up. We are doing some things. Remy de Cosmaker is leading the way in the US government. He's doing fantastic work, so it's exciting. Okay, I'm going to talk a little bit about discovery. No, it's not metrics. We'll get to metrics. But just briefly, the goal of our working group really is to help identify all of these projects. There's the repos that are working hard, doing great work, but nobody knows about them. And we want to make it so that contributors and funders can find them simply. And so the idea is really simple. We just want to put some metadata in each repo, and we don't want to, well, I'll get to this later. We just want to put like a simple metadata file that says that this repo is relevant to these SDGs. And then let the web with APIs and AI search and make those things available for everyone to discover. Our philosophy for a working group is keep it simple. I haven't run this by the group, so I just kind of made this up myself. So we can debate these in the next meeting. Really focus on interoperability. So using standards. Don't burden maintainers. We do not. That's the last thing we want to do. So we want to, whatever we want to do, we want to make it so that it's a benefit to maintainers in the end. And then try not to duplicate efforts. And so we've done a lot of work to kind of figure out the landscape. All right, starting at the end, this is sort of the vision of what I hope our project, we're going to build like the underlying metadata that then we can have some kind of cool faceted searches on top. Faceted search might be old school and a little bit obsolete now, but it's shopping. It's every shopping website. And so I want you to be able to shop for open source projects based on SDGs. That's basically the idea. Hey, I really care about climate action, or I really care about education. Let me look for the projects, and then I want to see which, other dimensions. So not the size or the color of the clothes, but the country or the or whether it's academic or research, or whether it's some other specialty, that the projects, maybe the kind of code, the language, that I like. So sort by all those kind of things. I hate GitHub search, it drives me crazy. So I can never find anything. I basically have to know the GitHub project and have the URL, and then I find it. I can't even find like the ones that I know. Like, it drives me crazy. So I was like, well, maybe that's obsolete now, because this week I looked and said, okay, GitHub now has Copilot built in, and it said, let's use AI. And so I asked it a simple question: please find all the GitHub repos that are highly relevant in addressing the UN SDGs. And it was very happy to help me, and it came back with a curated list, quote unquote, of 5 projects. I haven't looked at these projects. Based on its language, it sounds like they're good projects. But how did it pick these 5 projects? I have no idea. I don't really trust it. And then what about the other 2,000, 5,000, 10,000? I don't know how many projects there are addressing climate action in open source. So I still want those facets and filters, but this is, anyway, it's changing the way you search, but I don't know if maybe it's a little bit better, because it was so bad. So so the landscape, we basically spent the last year plus trying to figure out how we can really add value to solve this problem. Where is open source? It's all over. It's not just GitHub. It's GitLab and Bitbucket, SourceForge, Software Heritage Foundation. We have talked to all of these different organizations, so I'm going to talk in the next slide about good first issues on GitHub, but we've talked to the DPG Alliance. They've come to our meetings. Open Sustainable Technology is an awesome organization. We talked to Toby, and they have 2,000 projects in a curated registry that are all climate action open source projects. So I already know that there's like a ton of stuff out there, but those aren't, like, the projects themselves, I don't think have anything in their own repos that show that they're not all listed in the GPG registry, for example, and maybe they should be. Software Heritage is fantastic. Roberto Cosmo has talked with us. The map of open source software is run by Jonathan Starr, so that's another place where we hope that our data will, in his cool map, will be able to show off what we're doing. There's a repository finder done by Juanita, which is a great place to discover. She's here, by the way, from UCSC. Yay, Juanita. It's a great place to discover where the open source projects related to a group. So we're using it right now for GW to figure out who's doing what open source at GW, but it could be any group. So it's a really cool discovery platform. And then I can't talk highly enough about CMS and REMI, the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services. They have done a ton of work to try to help the U.S. government standardize how they report on open source and use open source. And so they're creating schemas and metadata standards that we're trying to follow and adapt. And then the UN, of course, this is their baby. And I just got an email yesterday from the UN Digital Cooperation Portal, and they're excited to join our working group, so I'm really excited about that. And then these pictures are from the UN Digital Economy Solution Navigator, so they're already doing a lot of work trying to map out the SDGs. Like, they need to do it, so they need our help. And they are not just focused on open source, so some of these numbers are a little bit higher than the DPG Alliance because they'll take proprietary solutions. They don't care as long as we're making the world a better place. And then some of the standards we're talking about are YAML and Metacode JSON and schema.org and Markdown and various APIs. Like the UN has an SDG API that you can reference so that you're always up to date with what are those targets, what are those indicators. All right, good first issue. So this is great. I love this. GitHub is doing a great job of trying to let a new person who find a project that they might want to contribute to. The problem is, if you notice, there's no SDG 13. So there's no projects with good first issues, according to GitHub, related to climate action. But we know from Open Sustained Technology that there's 2,000 open source climate action problems. So how can we get that data under the hood and work with GitHub so that they can put those projects on this board and have help contributors find them? All right, okay, demo. I want to thank CMS and the George Hacks Hackathon, and especially Sunil Shah, who is our OSPO student worker tech lead, for this this tool. There's been many iterations of this. I'm really excited about what they've done. Okay, so we're gonna, what this is meant to do is, I talked about not burdening maintainers. Anybody can use this tool to run on any project, and the goal is it's gonna help using LLMs identify what SDGs we think your project is highly relevant to addressing. So I thought it would be fun to use a CHAOSS project. Whoop. The badging, event badging. We're hosting a conference in March, and we're right now applying to get a badge. So I'm excited about that. I think we've had 2 reviews that were positive. Whoops. And then we're going to try to get the 3rd, and then we'll get, I want a gold badge. I very much want a gold badge. Okay, so what you do right now, it's not ideal, but we're working through it, is you find some text. Ideally, it would be text or from a website that really focuses on the mission and how it relates to SDGs. But you can just put in some code, some text to describe the project, and it's going to analyze the project and give back a probability of which SDGs we think. It's very conservative right now. We have a lot of work to do with APIs to improve this. So please join our working group and help us. There's some really fun data science projects. We want to do ROC curves and we use like the Open Sustained Technology set and the DPG Alliance set as ground truth to figure out how we can measure this and improve the accuracy. But you get this, and then you say, okay, this is actually pretty good, right? The DEI badging is definitely about reduced inequalities, and I think it's also about peace, justice, and strong institutions. So I think it hit the mark, but it wasn't very confident because I didn't give it very much information to go on. And maybe I want to manually add, say, I think it's also about education. So I'm going to add that, save the changes, and then the idea, and this isn't quite finalized yet. It's going to create this lovely JSON file. This is way too much weeds and details. We're going to make it really simple, like just have SDG, 4, and not all the probabilities and all the stuff. But for debugging, we decided to make it really complete. But we want some simple file. We haven't decided. Is it going to be YAML? Is it going to be JSON? Is it going to be just a markdown? We're not sure. Whatever, maybe all the above. Whatever, let's get the flood the data. And then we're going to send a pull request to the projects, and when we've got it, so that we're really confident. And then they can just accept it, and it'll just add this little file into their repo, and then any API can search. So, woohoo, that'll be fun. All right, I've dilly-dallied too long on the demo. How do I get back to my other screen? All right. Thank you again, Sunil. That was fantastic. Okay, metrics. This is what you guys are here for. I love metrics. I just want to touch on a bunch of different things at a high level, just so we can have things to talk about over the next day. So there's a great organization called Code for GovTech in India that does, I think for the last 4 years, they've done a summer intern program, and actually it's yearly now. They have a quarterly program. And they have about 100 open source projects, and they take one maintainer from the open source project and match it with one summer intern. And they do real work and have real features. The intern has to apply and has to have a real design plan for how they're going to implement a feature. And then they work with the maintainer, weekly meetings or more. And the goal is to really have a successful engagement where the intern delivers a feature at the end and can be really proud and put this on their resume and say, I did a thing, and it's a success, and it's a real thing that goes into the real world. So I love this initiative, and it's mostly DPGs, I think, in that there are the projects, not all. But then the last 2 years, they started doing this DPG score report. And so what they do is they take a survey of this community of maintainers and contributors. And this is some of the results that they have. I really like the way they're thinking, but basically it's focusing on things that I think CHAOSS knows matter. It's community. It's things CHAOSS is really good at. Like, do you have a community manager? Do you have a community channel? Do you host online, offline meetups? Do you are you fast at resolving PRs? Do you have mentorship support? These community strength things. Like, if you're good at those, then they've labeled these two levels of open source owners projects, and only 4 of their projects meet that top level. We're really good, and then the others they're calling, okay, you're aspiring, you got a little work to do to get to that level, but it's clear goals and clear metrics that I think are really valuable. I highly recommend looking at this report. It's really thoughtful and well done. It has some interesting information. One thing that I thought was interesting is that don't look for long-term contributors from summer intern programs, because summer interns, they want a lot of different experience to put on their resume. So they're not likely to stay on your project for the next 3-5 years. They're going to bounce around and try to get their resume padded with lots of new and different experiences. I'm actually going to skip this because Dan Katz is going to talk about it later, but the Journal of Open Source Software has been impacted by AI. I think they're getting a lot more submissions, and they're not necessarily higher quality submissions. So they're figuring out metrics to, again, focus more on community values and long-term healthy communities. So things that CHAOSS is really good at identifying, I think, is awesome. I think it's good. So more of this, but Dan can talk more about this. I did a presentation about open source business models and did some exploring and learned that it's kind of the same story. Commercial open source software, you do better if you, what Don was talking about earlier with criticality, cannot say that word, criticality score. The higher that is, the more secure your software is, using the open source secure software foundation metrics. And then also the more diverse, like the more diverse contributors there are, the more likely you are to have a better evaluation and be more financially healthy. So this is like from that business venture capital perspective. Like these are what they're looking for in an open source project if they want to, you know, take it over, invest in it, and make money. Here's some more factors. Just go quickly through these. No surprises here. Active community, security, reliability, timely PR responses. So the metrics that business cares about. And then this is an interesting one. Maybe you all know about this, but the Open Source Contributor Index, I'm kind of annoyed with how bad industry is at giving back to the open source projects. And this is an interesting way to measure that. There's an index out there, and you can see from the corporate perspective who are they paying to actually work on open source. So you can see the good guys and the not so good guys on this nice index. Not that they're all good guys. And I'll finish with a story. My favorite metric is the number of lives saved. So we were in a talk last summer. Kendall Fortney hosted a talk, and everybody went around the room and had the opportunity to talk about their open source origin story, how they got involved in open source. And the gentleman, I can't remember his name, pardon? John O'Doon, thank you. Had a great story about how his initiation into open source led him to a government job. I think it was with F-18 or one of those U.S. government, like the one that fixed the Obamacare kind of website. And he was brought in to help to deploy a suicide hotline website. And there's real research out there that if you have these sites up and access to suicide hotlines, it really does save lives. People call them and they change their plans, and they hear a voice, you know, they change their plans. So there's a real metric. So when he was able to deploy this site, like that had been languishing because they were having trouble with the technical getting it up, like the sooner they got it up, the more lives they saved. And I just, like, that's what it's all about. All these metrics that we're doing, it's about making an impact and changing the world. So finally, AI is changing everything, but we still need real data and metrics to make good decisions. Finding health and secure open source projects is difficult, but CHAOSS is here to help. And open source is a great place to connect with people and solve important problems. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, we have time for questions. Any questions for David?
Hello, thank you for a great talk. My name is Jos van den Hoeven. I work at the Knowledge Foundation. You mentioned GitHub is closed source, and maybe we should move away of it, or it should become open source. Do you see a way of doing that? And also, I know that there are many small repositories popping up because software to host your own Forge is becoming very good. For example, Forge.io is very easy to install and run. Do you think it's feasible to set an example and move away to an open source Forge?
That's a great question. At our conference, one of my colleagues is going to do a talk about how to make your entire life open source. So she's switching her phone to some phone from Denmark that is a completely open source, and she's going to load all open source apps and not use, you know, an iPhone or Google or anything. So it's very hard. There are principled people. Karen from Outreachy so it can be done. It's not easy. It's the harder path, but I fully support it. Also, it's one of those collective action things. The more we start doing this together, you know, we get to tipping points, and then all of a sudden we're all on that new platform, and ideally it is in the Commons.
Wayne Mary. I'm with the Thunderbird program, and my question is, for a number of years, we know that there's many commercial institutions that use Thunderbird that have financial resources and people resources, and yet there is some evidence that very few of them give back to the project. Do you see any relationships or things in the data which suggest what types of organizations will contribute to open source versus not, and what the reasons might be?
No. I'll give you an anecdote. We have our conference, an GW Open Source Conference. Our second annual one is going to be in March. The first year, we had 6 sponsors. This year, we were struggling like crazy, but we have two sponsors. 1.5. I have a call later today to try to seal the second one. So the landscape is changing. It feels like these companies are giving, especially this year, are giving to ballrooms and inaugural balls and not giving to open source. I don't know how to make that change. The thing I will say is the companies that are giving are like really standing out. And you know, the power of open source is our resiliency. Like, we do know how to volunteer and adapt, and so we can survive this downturn of annoying corporate greed. And then I think as digital public goods become more important and common, and the corporate leaders start to realize, oh, wait a minute, everybody's switching to open source, I think they'll start to come along begrudgingly. I don't have the good metrics, though, to answer your question. Sorry.
Okay. Thank you so much, David.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So I have a couple of announcements. But first of all, if you want to continue the conversations, Dawn has did a session this morning. Then David, please join the Chaos Slack to continue those conversations. And I know Dawn did talk about the DEI working group calling for volunteer ambassadors to help spread the word about the DEI badging. We're also looking out for projects to badge with us, because other than the event badging, we also have the project badging. So please, if you would like to see how your project is doing DIY-wise, do come to us. Yeah, one more thing. I know some of us are just coming in, so if you want to use the toilets, it's just behind that door on this floor, and there's another one on the first floor as well. Yeah, so we also see the fridge over there. Feel free to grab a drink. However, please do give what you can, like make some donations. Yeah. So for the next hour, we'll be having the interactive sections, the workshops, and the BOF. Let's look at the schedule quickly. So in this room, we have the open networking. And this is this room. So we have the angel room as well, which is on the first floor. That's the quiet room in case you want some alone time. There is the co-working as well downstairs. There is a guided discussion, the BOF, on sustainability of open source foundations that is going to be happening there. Then also the mushroom, there is an interactive workshop on, okay. Okay, so, I mean, your heads up, please. Okay. There is also the Satoshi room. There's going to be a BOF on building a global open source user group program. So please go to any of the rooms that you... Yes, thank you for that. on the mushroom. Mm-hmm. Great, thank you, Sylvia. So we'll be having those sessions for the next hour, and we'll be back at 11:05. Thank you. a session that is going to start right about now. So if you want to participate, please have your seat. So real quick, we're having Daniel and Sean, who is joining us virtually, present on understanding community health of published research software with Augur. I'm going to allow Daniel introduce himself and Sean as well.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, so I'm Dan Katz from University of Illinois. I'm going to be doing this with Sean, who is unfortunately not here due to airline issues. Let's see if this works. Sean, do you want to just say hello briefly?
Hi, I'm Sean. Can you hear me okay? Am I audible enough?
We hear you, but I'll try to upgrade the volume a little bit because it could be better.
It's not coming. I don't think
it's coming from here?
One more try, Sean?
Sure. Hi, I'm Sean, and I hope you can hear me. I'm sitting here in Missouri after traveling for 30 hours and ending it back where I started.
Is any of that working? Can you hear that? It's really quiet in live stream, but you guys can. Okay. Okay. We'll try it and hope it works. Okay. So we are going to talk about community health of published research software using Augur. And so I'm going to do the first part of this. I'm going to turn it over to Sean, and again, hopefully we'll see if this works. First thing is then, when I say research software, what does that actually mean? And there's a working group that Moran Grunpeter led about 5 years ago that tried to figure out what is research software. And it's not actually an easy thing to answer. But the way that we're trying to answer it is to say that it's a bunch of different pieces of things. Okay, sorry, lots of live adaption.
This one works in Bluetooth.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. Sorry, okay, we'll do one thing at a time. So we'll try to do this and hope that it works. So lots of different kinds of things, but the key thing is that the software that's created during the research process or for a research purpose. And there's a lot of software that's used in research that is not research software, right? Things like a compiler, for example. The thing that is important is that it's that this determination has to be made on a case-by-case basis in context. So if I am a person who is studying black holes and I'm compiling some C code in order to do that, the C code that I'm using is research software, almost certainly. The compiler is not. If I'm a computer science researcher and I'm developing a new compiler, that same compiler might be research software for me. So there's not a quick way of saying whether software is or isn't research software, except in the context, but there's some clues. And we can argue about this definition, and I don't think anybody that was involved in this group actually thinks that this is the best definition there could be, but it was the best definition that we could agree on. And I'm not sure that having more discussion would have led to a different answer. There's often people that say that they're not happy with this and they want to go back and redo this, and I'm happy for that to happen, but I don't know that we're going to get to a better answer. Okay, so having said that, and hopefully giving some sense about research software, then we have the Journal of Open Source Software, or JOSS. And in 2016, we started basically from the point of view that research software was not seen as a credible research activity, a creditable research activity. So when you built software, you didn't get credit for that in terms of your promotion, in terms of your job at a university or a national lab, or things like that. And so we thought, what if we just wrote papers about research software? The paper then would be something that would be easy to cite, that fits into the current academic scholarly system. And by publishing papers in existing journals, for example, the journal that publishes black hole research, maybe there should be a paper about the software that's used in that. That would raise the profile of the software in that community. And if we do that somewhere else, it also hopefully raises that profile. But writing a paper is a lot of work, and a lot of journals don't accept software papers. And if we have a package that's going to be around for 10 or 20 years, the people that are the maintainers at some point today may be completely different than the people that started it or the people that were the maintainers 5 years ago. So we don't want to cite a paper that was written at the first release. We want to keep citing whatever the most recent thing is, because that's the people that are actively working on the project now that we want to make sure are getting some credit. I'll stop with that. So the Journal of Open Source Software, the idea was to make it as easy as possible for authors who are really software developers to write software papers. We want the paper preparation process for well-documented, well-written software to be less than an hour. We want the system to be developer-friendly for authors and for reviewers and for editors. The primary purpose of a JAWS paper is to enable citation credit. We don't actually expect anybody's going to be browsing the journal and reading papers. The papers are really placeholders for credit, and if somebody wants to know about a particular piece of software, it's an additional part of the documentation for that, in addition to whatever's in the repo, whatever's wherever else. We're using open source practices as much as we can. So we use GitHub issues for reviews. We use GitHub notifications in order to invite reviewers. We have open collaborative discussion and reviews, just like you would see in an issue in any software project. And this means that the author knows who the reviewers are. There's no anonymity here. Everything is very open. The editor community makes high-level decisions collectively. We've got, I think, about 90 editors now, and so we meet once a month and use Slack pretty actively, and when somebody wants to do something, we talk about it, and if everybody likes it, it happens. We use a bot that actually does a lot of the work behind the scenes, but it's not AI, it's just a bot that automates things. And if you're interested in more about JAWS, there's a website and then a paper we wrote last year. So I just want to say we have lots of editors. There's, in addition to all the people here, there's been a bunch of people that have finished different terms and have gone off as well. And in terms of publishing, we are at about 3,400 papers that we've published over 10 years at this point, 3,400 software packages roughly. We're publishing about 35 to 55 papers a month, so about 2 papers a day roughly. Each of them is a short paper about software. It points to the software in an archival repository, something like Zenodo that gives a DOI, and it also points to a Git repository somewhere. Most of the time on GitHub, sometimes on GitLab, sometimes on GitLab instances, sometimes somewhere else. Just to mention, following up on the keynote, we've had a bunch of changes related to generative AI. And the fact is that Gen AI is here, and it leads to more code more quickly, but it doesn't necessarily lead to more quality or more human creativity. And so I just wanted to kind of show this picture, this graph that's on the top right. This is the rejection rate before review. So this is when somebody submits something to JAWS, how likely it is that it's going to get rejected before we consider it, that we will reject it rather than considering it. Initially, this was very low. It was just a few percent. About, I don't know, at the point that's like maybe a fourth of the way along, let's see, I can show that here. We got to the point where we started to say, we want to make sure that there's enough work that goes into these papers, and so we started rejecting papers that were something that somebody had just written in a weekend. And we got some of those for a while, so maybe 20% of the submissions were like that for quite a while. And then Gen AI came in. And then the number of things that we started rejecting because we couldn't see if there was enough work started going up fairly quickly. And we created a new policy about generative AI about 3 weeks ago, a month ago, something like that. And so now our rejection rate has gone up quite a lot. We think it'll go back down as people get used to this, but that's where things are now. So again, the aim of JAWS is to reward human work, human creativity by supporting publications that are tied to work that was done in developing research software. We used to say that this was about 3 months of work that you would need to do to get to something that would be a paper that we would want to review and potentially publish. Like 1,000 lines of code was roughly a ballpark that we would use. If it was under 1,000, we'd talk about it. If it was under 300, we would almost always reject it immediately. If it was over 1,000, probably somebody had done some reasonably good work. With Gen AI, writing 1,000 lines of code can happen in a prompt, and so that's no longer a good metric, and so we need to change what we're doing. And so we now focus on identifiable human work and good community practices. We've actually gone to the fact that we want to see about 6 months of open development. So the development in academia often happens in private, and then people dump the code on GitHub, and that's not great, but it's okay. So if that happens, we want to make sure that that code actually stays there for about 6 months and we can see it and we can see some activity that's happened before we decide that it's going to be worth publishing. Oh, and the JAWS papers now also need to talk about this. They have some sections about this, and they also have to talk about where GenAI was used. So we've had submissions where it's very clear that the person that's submitting doesn't really understand the code that they've submitted, which is bad. But there are other people that are using GenAI in effective ways, and they understand exactly what's happening, and they're just using it as a shortcut to make themselves more effective, and that's okay at this point. I think, I'll just say for me, culturally and socially, I'm not completely sure it's okay, but we're accepting it now. So. Okay, so we have all this research software that we've published, again, 3,400 packages. Sean and I were thinking about this, and we were thinking it would be interesting to know how healthy are these packages. Some of them were published 10 years ago, some of them were published a week ago. Could we look at them? Could we use chaos metrics to understand them? Could we use Augur to do this? And what would we compare these to know how healthy are these compared with some other open source projects? So I'm going to, at this point, turn things over to Sean, and hopefully this will work and we'll be able to hear. So let's see if this works. So Sean?
Can you share your screen with me, Dan, so I know what slide it's on?
I cannot
or,
do that.
Never mind. Don't do that.
Okay.
Don't worry about it. I'll just,
okay,
we're on
comparisons.
Okay. So the comparisons, we all know that the JAWS has 3,400 papers. We looked at 3,108 of them. A few of them got eliminated for various edge case kinds of considerations. And we also built some models looking at government projects from the Centers for Medicaid and Medicare, and also the core CNCF projects that are most active. So you can see the repository counts there on the slide.
Okay, next slide.
And then descriptive statistics starts to give you an idea. Now, these are averages, and in hindsight, I probably should have used medians because they're more illustrative for this kind of things. The very large repositories skew things a little bit up sometimes. But you can see there's generally, fewer issues in the government space and forks and contributors, and corporatized projects have a very substantial amount of activity in them. And this all, I think, passes our general intuition. These 6 metrics here that are on this page all are helpful for distinguishing between these 3 categories of work with a very high degree of reliability. Slide.
Okay.
And so with these typologies, the first thing we did is, you may be aware that CHAOSS has a whole lot of metrics, and one of the things that people get very confused about very quickly at the start is how do I make sense of these metrics? And so what we did is we created some computational models that grouped metrics together using principal components analysis, and then put them on this chart so that we can see the corporatized projects in orange kind of flow together, the scientific projects flow together, and the government projects are sort of underneath there a little bit. This spatial representation just indicates that there are different chaos metric characteristics when we group them together. And I explain this more on the next slide. So on this slide, on the y-axis, we have, in the x-axis, the overall scale and community size metrics, which are on the left here under PC loadings. That accounted for 50%, a little more of the variance. And then the y-axis were metrics that we grouped together that we labeled kind of development process characteristics. And so instead of looking at each of these metrics individually and staring at them, by grouping together, we can see how projects are grouped together. Slide. Okay. This next slide on metric ranges gives us a pretty clear sense that there is a substantial volume of work occurring in corporatized open source that is much greater than in scientific or government work, and that's not really surprising given the degree of investment. It is interesting, though, that in scientific software we have some edge cases where the pull request acceptance rate is particularly high, or we've got a couple of projects with extraordinarily high commit counts as well. And then slide. Yep. And what we can see is, I think this is a pretty helpful slide just to see sort of the rough distribution of stars, watchers, dependencies. across all of these, across scientific, government, and corporatized projects. So we can see in the descriptive data here that these projects are different. Slide. And then this multidimensional analysis is just, we took community size versus activity, issue activity versus contributor growth, and we're really trying to, by plotting these on an X and Y axis like this, we're able to see what is the relationship between how many people are in a community and how active a community is. You can see there's a very rough relationship, but a whole lot of skew here. One of the most interesting, I think the one in the upper right is the most interesting to me, that there is this relationship between the growth of contributors and the growth of issues, which we think is likely related to the more people start to contribute to a project, the more they identify issues that need to be fixed. And that one I really didn't have in my head before we did this analysis. Slide. And so the summary that we put together, just to kind of give you like a narrative description, is that there are variations in the team size, in government, small team sizes on scientific software, very large team sizes or contributor bases in corporatized software. And these are just kind of verbal, narrative descriptions of how to characterize each of these categories, I suppose you could say. And then slide. So this next slide doesn't have a lot of words on it, but I want to make a kind of an important point. The CNCF and the Apache Software Foundations both categorize the projects that are within them. What we did is we leveraged those categorizations to build models, computational models, like you do with computer science computational models, where if a project, for the period of time that a project was in the sandbox, for example, in CNCF, we took all of the chaos stats when it was in sandbox and said, this is an example of properties, and we did that for all the projects. And then when it moved to incubating, we looked at it as an incubating project for the purposes of constructing the models. Apache, same thing. It's a computational model where we leveraged really what becomes a human labeling activity when they put them in categories to tie those labels to the metrics that CHAOSS builds. And then the third example is from Nadia Egball's work. And that is a classification scheme. So it's not a computational model. It's a classification scheme that I explain on the next slide.
Yep.
And for some reason, I was expecting this slide to turn on my page. So these are borrowed from work that Remy DeCosmaker and his team at Medicare and Medicaid have done. So what Remy did is he operationalized just a couple of CHAOSS metrics to say, at this threshold, for example, I'll just use club. I won't talk through the whole slide. More than 75 contributors, and the ratio of stargazers to unique contributors was less than 2. It's kind of a small club project. These are labels that Nadia Egball identified or describes very clearly in her Roads and Bridges book. And so we put each project in a category as well. And then on the next slide, we start to explain that Cloud Native has those categories, Apache has its categories like that. And I think the interesting thing here is that we can get a really good understanding that although scientific software is fundamentally different, when we think about the descriptive statistics that we saw at the beginning, you can see that there's just a whole different scale happening. However, when we create models and then we apply them in the scientific domain and triangulate the Apache, CNCF, and Nadia Egball typologies, we have on the x-axis maturity score, which is what you would think of as sandbox on the left, incubating in the middle, and then graduated towards the right side. But then also the confidence that we have in that ranking. And the confidence arises from the alignment of the CNCF model, the Apache model, and the Nadia Egball typology scores. And not surprisingly, you can see that everything at the edge is a higher degree of confidence. I don't think that's a remarkable observation in most data. And then on the next slide, we talk about just the trained model for CNCF and the trained model for Apache. And the CNCF model kind of really focuses, I suspect most of you know that the CNCF is very infrastructure focused. And so that model has characteristics of infrastructure projects, which are extraordinarily active. Apache's model, going from incubating to graduated, takes into account more of the governance considerations when they make these transitional decisions. And so the Apache model takes a different shape. It covers some different characteristics, and then Nadia's categories. And there's some distribution things here. I think the middle, where it says the cross-framework agreement, this is the one place on our slides where I think you can see that 74.8, the blue one in Sandbox. This is one place where the gross number of JOS projects being 3,000 and having a couple hundred of the others. In this case, because we're looking at the raw numbers, it does kind of skew pretty heavily based on the JOS projects, but you get the idea. And then on the lower level here, it's really just a different representation with some gradation and annotations from what we showed you on the previous slide. And then if we go to the next slide, the challenge of the different distributions. Here again, this is the density of concentration of maturity. And so you can see that the JOS projects, the scientific ones, they tend to skew more towards the less mature when we're applying these models to them. And CNCF, unsurprisingly, skews more towards the more mature side of that distribution. And finally, on the last slide, these are our conclusions about why applying models that we developed using CNCF projects and Apache projects and Nadia's categories is useful. The first is the relative ordering of these projects within a space, be it JOS or anything else, remains consistent. And so even though they're not absolute thresholds, quote unquote sandbox JOS projects is still meaningfully less mature than a graduated one. Also, by applying more than one model and a classification scheme that's not a model, we can look at the agreement, and that agreement increases the validity. It strengthens the model to use them together. That's a fairly common observation when folks do computer modeling. We can also generalize some of the features. So some of the underlying signals like contributors, contributor growth rates, activity levels, governance structures are meaningful across domains. So I think that's useful. And then finally, the triangulation allows us to combine these very imperfect signals to get a more robust assessment than any one of the models would have allowed us to do ourselves. And Dan, I'll toss it back to you.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I will just point out, sorry, this was on the bottom of all the slides, is a link to Zenodo that's a PDF of all the slides. So if you want to grab any of this, I guess we'll try to make this available through the CHAOSS website as well. We're almost certainly out of time. I don't know exactly when we started because of the different issues, but if there are I don't know, I see a white piece of paper that I can't read. Okay, it says we're out of time. Okay, so I'm here. Sean's on Slack, even though it's like 4 a.m. for him, but we'll both be available to answer questions. So thank you, and hopefully this is interesting. If anybody wants to further pursue this, we are actually interested in trying to potentially turn this into a paper in order to understand, and also to understand better some of the JOS results and how we might distribute those papers and that software. So thank you.
Yeah, if folks have questions too, you can join the CHAOSS Slack and find the CHAOSSCON channel, and you can drop your questions there, and Sean and Jenna will be able to answer them. Okay, so we have the next session, and Sebastian, yeah, and Tobias will be taking the session on towards a critical open source software database. Is that crossed? Okay, great. So have a good one.
general.
Okay.
Okay, here we go. Hello everyone, my name is Sebastian. Here with me is my colleague Tobias, and we want to present our research that we are doing in the CROST project. It's a research project, and CROST stands for Critical Open Source Software Database. We are from the University of Applied Sciences, St. Pölten in Austria. Okay, so what is the overall goal? So not surprisingly, our research project is on a transparent, evidence-based assessment of open source software and its health. And we have two approaches on this, or we are working on two approaches on this. One is a automated framework system that we built that Tobias will present to you, that he's mainly building, that collects metadata from open source repositories and calculates health based on metrics that we collected and so on. You will see. And the second part that I want to talk about is a qualitative work. It's interview-based studies that we do with different stakeholders from the open source ecosystem and first insights that we can present here. Okay, what is our methodology on the metrics? So on the one hand, we started with a literature-driven approach, which means we looked at scientific existing research on health and criticality of software. And of course, we are strongly aligned and influenced by the work of this community here, by the CHAOSS metrics that we also included and implemented. Then we tried to identify what are the measurable signals from where can we get this information and try to implement this. So obviously GitHub APIs, metadata on dependencies, vulnerabilities, databases, etc. Before I hand over to Tobias, what were our main challenges so far in this project? Scalability in two senses. Scalability, of course, in terms of collecting the information from GitHub and co, because they have their limitations on how many data we can collect from them, but also on our side, if we want to scale up, this is just storage dependent, so we want to do this in large scale. We want to archive the data that we collect and crawl, and this is of course a storage problem. Second challenge that we identified is access to the relevant data. So for automating the metrics computation, we need information about, for instance, the funding, the organizations behind the project. This is not always there as we would like to have it. And on the other hand, it's not structured as we want to have it. So it's, for instance, hidden in readmes of projects and so on. Hidden, not in a structured way. You know what I mean? And we are also identified some important but hard to measure facts. For instance, the quality of documentation, the way of how collaboration works in these projects and so on, collaboration practices. These are things that we want to measure. We work also on ways how to measure it, but for now it was hard to implement. All right. Then
all right. Yeah, I will show you how you can actually use our project. We have a web interface. On the front page of our web interface, you can see some statistics of from our database. And here you can search for any project that we are currently retrieving the data for. For instance, we can look for VS Code, so we can, code. Yeah. No. VS Code. Right, then you can see an overview where we selected a few hand-picked metrics, and we also compare it to the average of all projects in our database. So for instance, the elephant factor of VS Code is 5, and the average would be 4.79, so it's actually better than the average of all projects. Yeah, you can see here a timeline for different metrics, and you can also select a snapshot, a scan for a specific time. If you want to know, for instance, the metrics for 22nd of September. And we also have a detailed view where you can see all the metrics and the values for all the metrics we calculate for our projects. And for instance, if you are interested in the timeline of a specific value, you can click on it and then you get also the graphical timeline, and also the description of the metric for the for each metric. And we also have an overview with the description of all metrics, if you're interested in how they are calculated and what limitations we have, and who, for instance, CHAOSS for the first metric, who created this metric. Alright, for further demonstration I created a Jupyter Lite notebook, which is available on GitHub. We can show you the QR code afterwards again. So this runs in the web browser. You can try it on your own if you want. Some code blocks might need a few tries because I needed to switch the course proxy at the last second, but it should work with a few tries. Here you can see our API endpoints, which you can use in your own software projects. You can retrieve a list of all projects we are currently calculating the metrics for. Yeah, this just /API/projects. Then you can retrieve the snapshots, so the scans in a specific point of times for each project. Then you get the list of the snapshots. And then you can retrieve the metrics for that specific moment of time for each project. You can also retrieve the average for the metrics, so you can do pretty much the same we did on the website. You can compare to the average of all projects, and you can also get the raw repository data we retrieve for calculating the metrics, and also a more little hands-on example. For example, if you have a pip file and you want to check your software dependencies and how healthy they are, you can, for instance, pass the pip file. Then, for instance, you see here we have the dependencies of Texture Layers Rich and Jupyter Notebook. Then you need to retrieve the snapshots for those projects. and afterwards you can retrieve the metrics and check, for instance, the elephant factor of your projects, of your software dependencies, and you can also compare it to the average. So if you're interested in how you can apply this, you can take a look at the Jupyter notebook. And we also have a documentation page, which is also linked on our main page, here, documents, documentation. And for instance, you can see which software components we use, which you also have an overview of the possible API endpoints. And yeah, I will give you a short overview of our software stack. We use Kubernetes, micro Kubernetes, and we have different crawlers that retrieve the repository data from GitHub and calculate the metrics. We store all the data in a NoSQL database, Arango DB. And yeah, the other most important part is our front end, which also has the API endpoints. All right.
Thank you, Tobias. And yes, this is the link or the QR code for the Jupyter notebook if you want to have a look. And finally, I want to give a quick overview or a quick insight into our qualitative work that we are doing. So we conducted 22 semi-structured interviews with participants from different participants from the open source ecosystem, mostly software developers, but also some adjacent roles on mainly 3 topics. We were interested in definitions and understandings of quality of open source. So how do they assess quality? What are their practices? We wanted to get a better conceptualization of the term criticality, because this is, I think, something that people were not so sure what to understand and how to measure in the end. And the third part is, of course, for the work we are doing, we were interested, what do they want, what do software developers need from such a tool that we develop, basically. Yes, what is the state? We are currently transcribing this and doing open coding and analysis of this. I will skip this due to time limitations. And some first results, insights here. So on the quality, this strongly overlaps with many expected common elements, such as what we heard is popularity, usage, documentation, quality, number of contributors, project activity. So this is nothing surprisingly what people expect in terms of how people measure the quality. In terms of criticality, actually, very few had a predetermined answer or conceptualization. It was mostly the same 3 or 5 aspects that we heard, and I think the interesting ones are the severity of the impact in case of failure, the replaceability of this software component, and the security relevance of this software component. So is there a security relevance? In whatever aspect, how strongly related to security is this software component? Regarding feedback for the work we're doing, it was really from it's irrelevant, not useful to me, but up to highly important work that we do and different things that we heard that we want to include in our future work. Yes, and coming actually to this, to my last slide, what we are currently working on. We are currently finalizing these interview studies. We want to have a publication here in this. We also work on getting our system broader in terms of integration of other code repositories, other APIs, other sources. And the last part is where we are currently doing some research or starting research is how to deal with this hard to measure things. Maybe LLMs can play a role here in the sense of maybe we can use AI or LLMs to do sentiment analysis or tone analysis in issues or in discussions or so on, to get some insights or some kind of metrics here, or basically use of LLMs in this direction. Yeah, let's see how this turns out. So we're happy to answer any questions if you have. Looking also forward to get feedback on our work. Yeah, come and talk to us.
Sure. Yeah, Sebastian and Tobias would be around if you have questions, as we don't have time to answer them online live now. So yeah, so we're having the next session, and we're having Daniel, who is a researcher and co-founder and CEO of Betija, come to talk to us about what is digital sovereignty and where do I start. So if that interests you, please stay back and have a good time.
Thank you. Thank you. No, okay. What do you prefer? Netflix, Apple TV, YouTube? What are you doing again? Oh, Proximus is my friend. I think so. Okay,
Still not 100% sure how to work the TV.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Sorry for this. And I know I'm between you and the food, so I'll try to be short and so on because we are indeed running out of time. I have like 9 minutes. I'll go for this. Oh, really? So you know what you are telling people, that they need to wait more for the food. Okay, up to you. Yes. Okay, it's Georg is your friend. So Daniel Izquierdo here. So thank you for the intro. You can talk with me about software engineering, inner source, and other topics, so I'm happy to discuss about this. I've been part of the CHAOSS community since the very beginning, and then so thank you for having me today here. So when I was thinking about this presentation, I thought, well, what is digital sovereignty specifically, because that's kind of a hot topic. Happening specifically in Europe, but probably all around the world. We've seen, changes in terms of technology approach, for instance, with China, that they are trying to build, and they are building their own stack. You can think of Git, which is the alternative of GitHub. You can think of OpenHarmony. You can think of OpenEuler. And then we have US, we have Europe, and everything. So this is one definition by this entity called World Economic Forum. Probably you all know this. And basically the keywords here is the ability to have control over your own digital destiny. If you are aware of the Eurostack analysis, these people here, they are stating, this is coming from a European perspective, of course, in this case, but it's the dependencies of Europe regarding different aspects, including primary resources like raw materials, water, for instance. But then you can go up in the stack up to, for instance, data or artificial intelligence. And most of the flags that you can see there are basically US and China, which what basically means at the very end that they are more prepared in somehow to have this digital sovereignty, to have control in their own stack. So that's a conversation that is happening nowadays in Europe. The key point here for today probably is that open source could be that place where everyone can collaborate at some point and stop, building barriers and have that basement for collaboration while at the same time having this technological independence. And that's part of the talk today. There are some open calls out there, like the Dutch Parliament, the work by Cendis in Germany, some news by the European Commission on promoting all of this concept of digital sovereignty. So they are talking a lot, and then they have to start discussing probably about the how, right? If you think about the very basic, meaning of digital sovereignty, and we think specifically about Ukraine and the war, they are in a very special place right now. And they are facing a situation where they need to have absolute control of whatever is happening in their software. If you think about what I can put in my drones or whatever other hardware you are using and have absolute control of everything without going through a process of 30 years with Airbus or Boeing or whatever, the answer is basically open source, because that technology is already there. And you can take the technology, and then you can control the technology, you can audit the technology, and then you can decide how to change the technology to do whatever you want it to do. So that's digital sovereignty in an extreme case, which is in this case Ukraine, right? So that's where we go. Open source is basically giving all the basics to make this happen and have absolute control of your digital supply chain, which is where we go. And somehow, if you know how a tank or an aircraft is built, you know exactly who built what and when, including the person probably, even the materials. We don't know that, and many places in our journey for software. So software sometimes, depending on the industry, is a second-level citizen. So that's why the role of open source is so important these days. So then, and why all of this matter to CHAOSS? Because this could be interesting from an individual perspective, but why this matter to CHAOSS? Because basically we all know that 80% of new applications are basically based on or contains, so the 80% of any new application is open source, basically importing libraries, taking from the outside, consuming open source. And then there is now in large corporations or wherever there are procurement processes. What happens is, because we have software as a second level citizen, those procurement processes are not asking for full transparency. So literally we don't know what we are using behind this. Again, going back to the example of the aircraft or a tank, we know exactly who produced what, when, and where. But in software, we don't have that intelligence. And that's harming basically the transparency of basically our software bill of materials. And it's not that hard to have. We just need to ask our suppliers to give us this, right? So then, and why is this important? Because then we can start into effective risk management and so on. So going to the question of open source and specifically in CHAOSS, why this matters. The industry is basically doing license compliance, they are doing scanning in vulnerabilities and so on. But the industry should be now focusing in the maintainability of that software. So we have a car, and then we are building a car, and then we need, by law, at least in Europe, to maintain the software for 10, 15 years. Mercedes, for instance, said, hey, we have 3,000 open source components into our infotainment system. Good. The question is, are you, basically from those 3,000 components will exist in 10, 15 years? Because you need to maintain that. And that's part of the digital supply chain. That's where we are. And that's basically the sweet spot for CHAOSS now, about defining sustainability and maintainability of that open source that is being part basically of the SBOM of big corporations. So we need to go and talk to those big corporations. Because going to the chart that we have here, we have the commercial product offering, but then that commercial product offering is basically importing some open source libraries, components, and so on, and that's what we don't know. And if we don't know, basically we don't know the risk that we have. So we need to know the unknown in somehow. So that's the SBOM. The SBOM is coming in to help. Example here, just for illustration. So this is a table, x-axis, you can see the risk, so low, medium, high risk for a certain definition, and then the x-axis we have some metrics. So we have the backlog management index, so how good the open source community is dealing with things versus new things coming. So basically kind of a workload adequacy, you can think, growth of active communities, growth of active contributors, the lead time for issues, the lead time for pull requests, the post factor, retention rate, and so on. So the data that you can see here is the first level dependencies of Kubernetes of what? Basically the problem of the high risk of the first level of dependencies of Kubernetes. It's the community. So there is no growth, there is no talent retention, and there is a high bus factor. So basically just a few people are doing most of the work. And we are discussing about a piece of software that is called Kubernetes. I mean, it's massively used in the industry. So what happens with the rest of the industry that basically we don't know, you know, the Nebraska factor, as we can call it, right? So we need to discover that. And this is, again, the first level dependencies of Kubernetes. Of course, this is CNCF, so there are thousands of companies interested in the technology, so at some point, the risk of having unmaintained software is low, but these are the numbers. So this is the reality of the industry in open source, and we need to be aware of this, and that's it. So we need to acknowledge that this is a problem and try to deal with the lack of investment. But again, we need to know the unknown. That's one example. This is another example. So you are probably aware of this. This is the email by the main developer of XSET, the compression library for Java. And that person said, hey, I'm basically burned out. I'm thinking of leaving. And then what we had is basically a social engineering attack 2 years after. That's a problem. And that's where we are. So how can we take care of all of this, all of our community members, participants, and everything? So that's a problem that we need to realize that exists and deal with. And again, going back to the discussion of why this matters to CHAOSS is again about sustainability and maintainability of open source. We celebrated in October a conference called the Digital Resilience Forum, where we were discussing about these kind of topics across others, but specifically as well about the digital sovereignty. And it was quite interesting because this happened in Spain. We had like more than 50% of the attendees were coming from Spain, like public administration, corporations, and so on. And in Spain, we have in the law in some places for public procurement and so on that open source is important, but we are not actually, and effectively doing it. And the thing is that we kind of moved the needle, and then we got a couple of this is in Spanish, but the left one is basically an article that I got accepted with a politician talking about European digital sovereignty. What is what we have to do? It's about all of this. And then on the right thing, this is when the Amazon Web Services basically went down. So even when in Spain there is no national open source policy or discussions, or it's even in the agenda, now it's in the newspapers, and that's super important because now it's kind of moving the needle. And the concept of digital sovereignty is not only part of the discourse in Europe, but basically is everywhere, including China or the US and other places. And then what I wonder, and going back to the example of Ukraine with the drones and everything, it's maybe we shouldn't be using the term of digital sovereignty. Maybe we should be using the term of being technologically independent, because that's basically opening the door to have collaborations with other countries, with other corporations, and so on. And then in CHAOSS specifically, I think we are at a good place where we can start discussing and bringing the maintainability and sustainability. Last but not least, I was in December at the Open Compliance Summit, that they are creating the standards for license compliance and security vulnerability. So I opened the door to have these discussions with CHAOSS on maintainability and sustainability. The communities seem to agree that this is important, and so I think it's having that connection with Open Chain specifically Foundation would be useful as well, too, just to let you know. I'm super proud of this. I've been attending FOSDEM since 2007. I got accepted a main track talk on Sunday, so you are more than welcome to come. So I just spam, sorry. It's aligned in any case for around this topic and everything. And this is it. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, again, if you want to continue these conversations, please join the CHAOSS Slack and find the CHAOSSCON channel. and ask your questions, drop suggestions, ideas, and yeah. Okay, so we have one more session before you go on your lunch break. So we'll be having a lightning talk, and I would introduce the facilitator, Georg, and he's an open source strategist and director of sales at Betija, and also the co-founder of CHAOSS.
Thank you, Maryblessing. Can I please get a round of applause for Maryblessing, who is facilitating all of CHAOSS today? Thank you so much, Maryblessing. You're doing a great job. All right. We have, I don't know exactly how many lightning talks because I haven't asked you in advance. So we have a certain amount of time. And if you have any topics on your mind that you want to share for 2-3 minutes, think about it. And if we have time, we'll see how many people we can get to. We have for sure Amanda Kasari here in a second. But I first wanted to bring up, okay, I'm blanking. Paloma, sorry. Yes, who is going to host a session during lunch for her new book, a discussion around diversifying open source. And you also brought an interactive something that you want to talk about real quick.
Hey, so the book was just launched. I just have my personal copies with me that I wanted to share with the community. So I brought them in. Makes no sense to RAFO, so I thought about this nice activity that we can all take part and help maybe write the next book from me or someone else. So I have 2 copies I'm going to give away. The organizers will pick something that is on that board, which should be a paper with some of you telling a little story of something that gives you either enlightenment and warm up your heart on open source, or that you wish, or that you're really shouting out because you think you should thrive. That could be things like a CHAOSS project, like we should keep on more metrics and reinforcing communities, or that could be we should always have a da-da-da. That's up to you to tell me, and we can figure it out, a new way to have a new standard on diversity and improve our communities.
Thank you, Paloma. So we will have sticky notes in the back for you to write on, and we'll put up a probably handwritten sign or something so you know where to go. Next up, Amanda Kasari. I'm super interested to hear your rant, I hear. It's going to be a rant, so.
Thank you. I'm trying no slides. So if you're a person who needs a visual anchor, I will apologize in advance. And if you leave because of that, that's also fine. Okay, so I think the question I initially pitched with the lightning talk, and please give me a visual signal when you want me to like amend or wrap up. The question I initially pitched with the lightning talk was, I keep a running backlog of research questions I would be interested either in answering one day or in having somebody else answer, hopefully on our behalf, so that we can make decisions based on that. So I work in a corporate open source programs office. I work at Google. And previously, my job looked very different than it does now. Previously, I was doing more work around identifying both industrial research and business research, and then transferring that also into kind of scientific and academic research questions, working with researchers on identifying and understanding things for open source at different scales, and also questioning assumptions that have been made about open source, including some analogies that commonly get used and then become kind of like structural assumptions. And so I think that initially one of the questions I would like to propose now, again, these are not formed as like research questions you're going to read in a paper, so that work is still to be done. But I think that right now, when I reflect on the last few years, I would highly encourage that there's a lot of long-term research we have done, or there are things that we are basing our current questions off of that we look at historical data. And I think that right now, I wonder whether or not any a priori is still true. So where we're at right now with open source, where we're at with open source as an economic model, open source as a political model, open source as a community model, as a connection model, as a global ecosystem. Are any of those a prioris still true? Are they changing so rapidly that we should question how our data actually is showing up? Are there leading or lagging signals we should be aware of where change and inflections are happening over time? And how do we know when it is a leading signal what we should do next? So I'm concerned, honestly. I just reviewed a bunch of papers for a program committee and I'm looking at the outcomes from those. And when I look at those, my question is like, this is very valuable research. You have worked on this for a long time, but is your outcome still true? Or is now a historical reflection? And with that, as I learn more about how open source has evolved over time, also I wonder where there are neat tricks and hacks that have now become structural assumptions or infrastructure. So where is it that something as simple as how to fund projects was once something that was a finance hack in one specific country that has now become our global assumption about how you create an organization, how you accept money, how you exchange goods for services, and then how you demonstrate value to that and who you're demonstrating value to. So I think of this mentally as like, are we creating our own soda can flats with servers on top of them because we still make the same structural assumptions that, again, maybe a software community made 30 years ago that we should not be making anymore? And then what if the current global economics does not have the solutions we need? So I was just in a conversation about sustainability and funding, and we did make some foundational assumptions around that, namely the concept of foundations. But what if foundations themselves are that structural assumption and is something that we cannot solve for? So what if the optimization for that is something that is no longer going to be something that can be solved for, and the economic models we need have not yet been invented? Because they are based, again, on like previous values, previous economic funding models, previous assumptions around who has money and where it deserves to go. I really appreciated Hazel Weekly boiled this down to money itself is a construct, right? But money itself is also like this, if you're familiar with Laplace transforms, then it's this idea of like a state space. So you're trying to take these multiple systems, you're boiling them down to one common denominator to optimize for. So if money itself is actually, and funding is when we're thinking about optimizing for money exchange, that's because that's that common denominator and that's the conversation we're having. Is that what we should always be abstracting to? The other thing is comics are not a primary source, so I'd really love some additional research around where and how risk actually exists amongst people and infrastructures and dollars, but where we think that bugs and vulnerabilities will always exist. And recovery and support should be the goal. I get concerned and I'd have questions about where we have over-indexed on protection. And again, where is funding the mechanism that is allowing us to over-index on the concept of protection, on the illusion of stability, and on whether or not that serves a different optimal model and global optimization, rather than something that we should be collectively deciding on is our value system and our understanding of what we should be designing for. In general, I think that certain areas we should ask the question of when something is secure, who is it secure for and who is it secure from? And so I would love to have a deeper and more, again, like more research and database conversation around when the concept of risk and security comes up for us as people, as technology systems, as financial systems, as global ecosystem. Again, like asking the question of what does that security really mean and who is that security for? I'm watching Georg to see when he tells me I need to be done soon. Okay, great. So also please like take away, this is not meant to be like of the commons, but like, are we creating our own tragedies through those historical analogies that we're deriving our past and our future from, or present and our future from? So again, like, we look to see what other folks have done before, please excuse me. We look to see what other folks have done before to understand what we should do next. And that is also perpetuating some of those patterns. It's perpetuating some of those ideas that the answers are gonna come from what people have done in the past. I would love for us to radically understand where we can redesign for the future. And so for that, if we're flipping the demands in the table, then instead of the question of being asked, what can we do for these funders? What can we do for these funding models? What can we do for nation states? What should they be doing for us? And I see that back and forth, but also I think some of those are based off of like previous economic models and understanding what does it need to look like differently and now. And so I'll be done. Thank you so much for listening to my rant.
Thank you, Amanda. Thank you very much. There was so much. Thank you. So many thought-provoking questions. And I want to use that opportunity to give a shout out to Adrian, who is behind the camera, in front of the camera. Thank you, Adrian, for making sure that we capture everything that is said and shown here today so we can go back home and watch it on the internets and refresh our memory when the time is right to reflect on everything that we are experiencing today. So thank you so much, Adrian. All right, we have a little bit of time before lunch is served. So now is the time. All right, you're up for some more lightning talks. So if you have anything that is like tickling your brain right now, something you're starting to think about, it doesn't need to be fully formed. You just want to share it with the big group. Okay, you're next. You can get in line. And so that's what we'll do. Just 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes. We'll be sharing ideas. Richard.
Thank you, Georg. Georg, I stupidly said, do you need more lightning talk speakers? And so then I thought of this topic. I am inarticulate, and I'm not very smart, which is why I want to talk about this, because it's really a question that I have. If any of you have seen The Good Place, it's a really wonderful TV about philosophy and how it's actually shown in the world and what it means. And they focus a lot on this philosopher from the 1980s from Harvard who wrote this book, What We Owe to Each Other. And I think about that, and I think about what are the philosophical ramifications of open source. During some conversations today, I've heard people mention that open source is an ethical high road, which is kind of true. But ethics cannot be understood by itself. It's only in relation to other things. It's only in relation to what we owe to each other and what we owe to being good in general. For example, it's great that we're all here. A lot of carbon was spent to get here. I say that as a New Zealander. That's where I currently live. It was a long trip to get here. And I justified that because I decided that it was my own personal, it was worth it for me to be here to have these conversations. That may not be true. I came here on an American passport. The less we say about that, the better. But that's still a thing that open source is being used globally by everyone. It's also being used by militaries to cause immense harm. Is open source good? I don't know. You have to think about it within these contexts. Now, at CHAOSS, we think about metrics, and we think about understanding. And what I don't see a lot mentioned, and maybe that's just because I'm not in the room enough, is taxonomies, which is what you need in order to understand what metrics are. You have to build out, here's the framework by which we understand these metrics. Here are the assumptions that we have, to point to Amanda's talk, to understand where we are. And I haven't seen a ton of taxonomies built around the ethics of open source. And how do we understand where the metrics flow down after that? So if you're interested in talking about that section of the semiotics of what we do here, I'd be curious about it. As I said, I'm not very smart because I have to think about these things a lot and I have no conclusions from them. I just sit there and say, oh yeah, I'm a bad person. Oh yeah, I'm a good person. I guess I'll eat coffee or something. Like, it doesn't really make sense to me, which shows me that I have failed to build suitable abstractions for understanding the problem. And so I'm looking to build those abstractions. And that's kind of my lightning talk. I hope someone understood it. Thanks.
Thank you, Richard. I want to also take this moment and say hi to everyone who is watching on the live stream. Thank you for joining us today. I don't know, do we have a number how many people are online? Okay, that's really curious. And then next up we have Fernando. Thank you for volunteering to give a quick lightning talk. Again, anyone else in the room have some thoughts that are tickling you in the back? Okay, you're next. Fernando.
All right, so I have been thinking, so let me start over. I'm Fernando, I come from the system engineering side, so I'm a developer, I work on Linux, blah, blah, blah. The thing is that I'm usually around developers and free software developers. They easily use free software for everything. But when I get out of that circle and that community, and I face non-developers, any other kind of people, I don't know, whatever they do, they don't use free software. Well, they do, obviously, because they use infra, and that infra is probably on Linux. But the end user applications are usually not free software. And as today I noticed that there is a lot of different people around, and not every one of you are developers, and some of you are developers, so I think it's a good audience for to ask these kind of questions. What are you missing to stop using closed source solutions and start using open source alternatives in the end user side. So let's say YouTube, Spotify, Google services, Microsoft services, your system, your system like Windows or Mac OS. What is keeping you using these closed source things? And I'm not sure if I'm allowed to do this, but I would like to have this a little bit of collaboration. So if you are using any closed source system that you can think about, would it be possible to say, all right, so I'm using Spotify because this reason, there is now an alternative. Or I'm using Microsoft PowerPoint because this reason and not LibreOffice, whatever. So, anyone want to participate? Oh, please.
All right. Thank you, Fernando. Yeah, so the questions can be answered after the lightning round session. So feel free to connect. That's why we're here, just to share some ideas. You're now connected and can talk. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, next up we have Jan. I got the number. We have 8 people. Thank you for joining us remotely right now online with us. So awesome. Jan, the microphone is yours.
Thank you. Maybe my thought is a bit an answer to your question. I'm thinking about the term open as in open source long time, and the meaning for me and what is important for me has changed a couple of times. And since 5 years, I'm working now on the Matrix protocol, which is an interoperable messaging protocol for also for other communication. And for me, the goal, or what I see that very important in open, is not only that the open source, the source to create a program, is open in the way that you can study it, that you can do something with it, but that the actual result of it, the program or the service which is made out of it, is open. And I think, and you said this earlier on, maybe we do our decisions, we do what license we use or what funding models we use based on very old assumptions and haven't looked on the world how it is today, or maybe even how it will be tomorrow. And I see the openness of a program, of course, based on the openness of source, but the openness of the program, and this is what we call interoperability, right? And we have looked a lot on security in the last couple of years, and security was a big driver in getting open source software that you can look into it and that it is secure. But the missing driver in the world we are at the moment, I think, is interoperability. We want that you can use one system, interact with the other system, or if you don't want to do it, then change and go to the next system. And this kind of openness and this idea in mind of when you think of open source software, think of this aspect of interoperability. And if it is there, maybe we can take it more into our thinking of what open source should be, because when I started to work with open source or free software 30 years ago, I actually realized that my driver was more the interoperability than the actual freedom or open source of the written letters in some programming instructions. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan. All right, we still have time before lunch, so we have another one. I also wanted to open it up if anyone wants to stay seated because they feel more comfortable but still share their thoughts. You don't have to come to the front either. So I just want to make sure if you have some thoughts, we want to hear about them, you don't have to come up here. But thank you so much. What is your name? Lucas?
Hi, I'm Lucas. I was just downstairs at sustainability discussion. I was the only one that mentioned AI, but very briefly, and I now will do it again. More elaborately. So I'm a developer, and I've looked at AI coding early last year. I thought it was highly impractical. now things have changed since like the second half of 2025, where I'm at the point now where I don't think that as a developer you will be typing code anymore. You're doing requirements engineering and you're doing code reviews. And I think one of the reasons why AI coding is currently working quite well is because there are building blocks. We have databases, we have libraries, we have frameworks. But at the same time, these AI coding agents are destroying part of the income streams of these building blocks. So for example, Tailwind recently fired multiple developers because nobody's going to their documentation anymore, which is where they were generating the revenue, right? So AI coding assistants are working because they were trained on this code. They're working because they have these building blocks, but at the same time, they're eating these up, essentially, right? They're destroying them. So we have maybe 5 years where this will be fine, right? And then we will drop off a cliff. And so I think we have to rethink a little bit how these open source projects are funded. At the same time, there is an interesting thing happening in AI coding where people are moving to what is called spec-driven development. So you're writing specifications of what the outcome you want, and that is how you steer the AI to produce the results that you want, right? And so what I'm also in parallel kind of wondering if there's going to be a new type of open source sharing around spec files where you're not sharing anymore the code for an object relational model, but you're sharing a bunch of spec files that describe an object relational model mapper, right? And then you just pick and choose out of that what you want for your project, which would basically mean that then in the end, the code is fully custom, but based on, again, shared spec files.
Thank you, Lucas. All right, we have time for maybe one or two more. Again, you don't have to come up here to share what's on your mind, what you want to share. Do you want to come up, David, or is it either way? All right, David.
I'm not shy. So I'm at George Washington University, and we're going to conduct an open source literacy research project. This started because we did a survey last year of about 150 people that walked into our library and asked them, what is open source and are you using it? Some of the respondents said, oh yeah, I use open source, I use OpenAI, which killed me, drove me crazy. So we have a problem. People don't know what open source is. We need to educate them. I created a little game, did some vibe coding, and created a Shiny app game where you can put different companies and say, is this proprietary? Is this open source? And it's just fun. It's like 20 companies and get a quick score. It's really funny. I sent it around to the Curious Slack, and everybody started competing and make sure. I was like, these are open source experts, and they got a couple wrong. Some people don't know GitHub is not open source. So anyway, I just wanted to share that. And if you want to see the app, let me know. And let's help try to get people more literate about what open source is.
Thank you, David. All right, time for one more lightning talk. All right, Claire. Thank you.
Thank you for the surprise. I'm just going to do a very brief introduction to Curious, but more importantly, the idea of academic open source program offices. So Curious is the very long term of a community for university and research institution open source program offices, which I can't even fit in a badge, so we called it Curious. But we are a group of approximately 30 institutions based predominantly at the moment in the US, because that's where it started in terms of that community, but also a growing number in Europe. And we are coming together to try and build institutional capacity around open source. So there is lots of amazing activity in the academic space to build grassroots movement and to grow open source skills and do all the things that are necessary to do to make open source successful in universities. But we're focused on trying to get the institutions to invest in that and to grow it at a formal level, to pay people to do it, basically. And so that's what we're about. And, you know, it's working to some degree. We're getting more institutions doing it, which is fantastic. And we're interested in helping even more institutions do it. So if you know of or are in an academic institution and want to investigate how they are supporting, as an institutional level, their open source capacity, we're doing a workshop this afternoon from 2 to 4. So if you're interested in that topic, please do come along to our workshop, and we hope to see you there. And I will say that's software, open source software in the context of enabling open research, but also in terms of building the skills required for industry, and even thinking about, for some people, the idea of the open source software that universities actually adopt instead of, for example, proprietary solutions. So it's a broad remit from our perspective, but it's the kind of thing we'd love to talk about to you between 2 and 4. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Claire. On that note, for after lunch, we have also unconference sessions planned. So if you want to go deeper into any topics, on the back you see a sheet, not where Paloma's notes are, to the left of it. You can put your sticky notes with topics, and please add your name. So that's why we have the template up there of what you would love to facilitate or have a conversation around. We'll have some sessions here in the afternoon. Now, how are you feeling? I have one more lightning talk that I just heard about. Do you want to hear about it? Yes? All right. I didn't tell you who it was. It was Adrian, who wants to talk about the open source used for the live streaming.
Hello. So I think it wasn't necessarily open source, but just in general, like lessons learned, like what the heck have I been doing? Big shout out to OBS. That's basically the entire core of what is happening here. Also shout outs to eBay for ordering things last minute. And also to the wonderful folks at the CommonsHub for sharing pictures and just of all the the back of the PA speaker and everything that gave me the information I needed to know what to order in advance. But yeah, in general, it's just a lot of redundancy, making sure is there 2 or 3 levels of backup plan if this cable doesn't work or that thing doesn't work, or like you saw earlier, the screen wasn't working. And so I had to just disconnect my attempt to capture the screen and just use the camera and point the camera at the screen. It's janky, but it works. Yeah, that's pretty much it. There was we had enough redundancy that I think we had a good stream, but lessons learned so far. I'll probably end up making a blog post or something with more details when I catch up on sleep.
Thank you, Adrian, and thank you, everyone. The energy in this room is fantastic. This conference has been really great so far. We're experimenting this year with the new space and multiple rooms and parallel things. So please let us know afterwards what worked, what didn't work, so we can learn. And now in the back, can you please step away from where we need to set up the food so that the wonderful Miriam, who is making sure that all of the logistics here are running smoothly, can set up our lunch. We'll take a little break while they are setting up the lunch. And then we start the lunch in here. We have several options. Thank you so much for registering and giving us your dietary restrictions up front. We have 2 sessions during the lunch session. Paloma is hosting a meet and greet and talking about her topics on everything about diversifying open source. Paloma is already so busy talking, that's fantastic. And then we also have a session by Thunderbird about metrics and dashboards, and they are doing some awesome things. So feel free to do a lunch and learn. They're also Yeah, that's all for right now. Thank you so much. I'm going to pass it back to Maryblessing.
Yeah, I mean, you've done all of the announcements. So yeah, I mean, that's all we have. So yeah, please have a good time. I will be back by 2 p.m. for the Unconference, while some other sessions is going on, like the one for Curious, Augur, and Grimoire Lab as well. So yeah, see you around.
So we ultimately recommended in a report a European digital infrastructure consortium model, which is a recent initiative adopted for multi-state projects, i.e. projects within EU member states where the scale is such that no one state can roll it out and achieve it. So it's a collaborative mechanism, but why we liked the edict model is it's inherently flexible. So a minimum of 3 member states come together, they draft the statutes, and they say these entities can become members, can become observers, and you can also have a pooled funding system. It's not just EU money going in, which we recommended at a minimum to be $350 million over 7 years. That's $350 million from the EU. That would hopefully be supplemented by contributions from member states and the private sector and so on. So how can we get these entities to work together, streamline the governance and implementation? And I also really enjoyed this bright post note in front of me, noting that open source is not underfunded, it's overextracted. I completely agree, and I think there are the two sides of the same coin. There are different ways that you can formulate the same problem. And finally, on this post-it note, how to get funders to work together. One of the key design criteria that we had in place for the EU STF, and I know the STA has successfully dealt with before, is having a community focus. How can you get input from the community in designing this mechanism to try and make sure that the money gets to where it needs to go?
How do we make sure that those 200 million or whatever will be spent in an open source way? Is public money, should be public code, and I also want to have public finance. Is it part of the deal? Or?
Yeah, so a lot of that will come to how the structure is actually developed and implemented. And so we favored the edict model because it has the most flexibility and can allow for those deeper relationships with relevant stakeholders, hopefully participating in the decision making, but also the funding. So if we look at how the STA and the subpart STF, however you want to describe the relationship between the two, has operated, essentially that is a working prototype of a novel governance mechanism. What we're doing with the EU STF is trying to take the lessons learned in the STF STA and then scale them up.
But would I be able to follow the CSV of all the final type transactions?
Do you want to answer that one, Paul?
No, I mean, it's my money, it's our money.
Yeah, absolutely.
We all have the right.
Yeah, I mean, working in the open is also tricky, right? I mean, it's not easy, and I'm not, kind of shoehorning this off to just capacity and questions of like, how do we do this? It is something we ourselves would like to be better at, which is kind of working in the open on some level. We are as transparent as we can be about, which projects we invest in, what we do, but we work within the confines of children as well. So
it looks like dynamic code to me.
Yeah, I hear you, but I mean, yeah. I would also just, second Jen's point that on some level the SDA represents a sort of institutional innovation, right? And concretely, in terms of the people and the capacity, that also means hiring from FOSS communities and having people on the team who have a deep expertise and knowledge of what we call open digital infrastructure, right? And Paloma and Tara are here, right? And we're ostensibly we're a private company that is contracted by the Ministry of the German government. And I don't see otherwise, that there's too many representatives of ostensibly German ministries in spaces like this, for instance, right? I think those broader kind of political, cultural dynamics are changing, and I think that's also bubbling up through to what do these institutions that we need to look like, right? Who starts them, who works them, who understands, kind of rules and language. So, and I think generally speaking, it's got that a positive thing, but still not very.
The one problem I see is that we're like
focusing just on one source of money, which is like, I totally support this, the idea of EU fund, but still the thing is like my last year's experience is that in open source, the best projects are if they're transparent. In my project, we just even call it radical transparency. Like everything about money, where they go, we're discussing in public. Only if we have to reject someone, we have a private conversation to not harm somebody privately. What I expect also is that whatever fund it is, if it's government, if it's, I don't know, some big corporation is putting a few $million on the table. What I want to know is like, who's getting the money and why they're getting money and how much money they get. And that's the most important. Because again, like my experience, maybe I'm just individual, but that was also on the initiative side, was that there's a lot of grants and funds where you can apply. You spend hours on writing the application. You have to prove again that you're worth it. And then you don't know really why you're not worth it. And that's what is missing. And Serkan, when I'm gonna steal this word from you. When we had the Unconference, we talked about other idea how to get funding, taxes, where we can even have more money. But then again, like how we're gonna distribute the money. So he crafted a really nice word, which is inventory. So we need basically an inventory. We need somehow build or identify these companies. Like when you said like, let's fund the most critical ones. Again, what does it mean? It's critical. Yeah.
So with the question of coordinating the funding, you were talking about it from the perspective of the project asking for funds and having to put in all the work to go and ask time and time again and then not getting funded and all the effort. And then I wanted to connect that with what you were talking and make sure I understood what you were suggesting with the consortium idea, where you said at least 3 member states have to start, but then you're hoping not just EU funds, but also others. So could companies who want to fund open source join that consortium? Could foundations join so that they can coordinate, like what you were talking about with that list idea? Could that live inside of an EU stewarded consortium so that we can start to address some of the funding coordination problems that exist, where projects spend multiple times the effort? Now they only have one place they go and the funders come through there and coordinate as well.
So with this report, we broadly looked at 2 different models. One is a standalone centralized fund within existing EU institutions and structures. So it could be an executive agency like DG Connect, essentially having ownership of the project. And then the other one was this more hybrid structure, such as an edict. And we ultimately opted for the edict because it had this greater flexibility. But when it comes to the statutes that are drafted and the implementing rules, that's where a lot of these questions about who can fund, who can participate, and in what capacity would be ironed out. So in theory, yes, industry can contribute or potentially be a member or be involved in some other capacity, say as an expert member of an advisory board if the edict decides to set that up. But the flexibility of the institution is such that it can be tailored around the solution that is necessary. There is a caveat that I will say with an edict, which is it's a relatively new mechanism. It's only been in place for the last couple of years. So in some ways it's relatively untested, and there's a couple of different edicts that are currently in place, including pertinently a digital commons edict. And so we will hopefully, if this proceeds, and hopefully will proceed, have the benefit of their experiences in what has worked in practice, what has not, and how can we refine that while still having this dynamic funding model which takes contributions from a number of different areas. And can Switzerland join an edict? again, it's inherently flexible in the statutes, and maybe there will be a possibility for them to do so.
All right. This table is only going to be open source if there is going to be an external contribution to be merged to the code. So I would love to maybe ask actually, has anyone here like a story of a successful funding, whether from the side of funding in an open source project as a company or as an organization, or from the side of the open source project receiving funding? Yeah?
These chairs are always too tall for me. Yes. Hi, my name is Emma Irwin. I've been working in open source for a long time. Mozilla for a number of years, most recently in Microsoft's Open Source Programs Office. I also, since leaving Microsoft, built something called Open Source Wishlist, which is meant to match funders with the needs of open source maintainers. It's just it's a pilot right now, but we're looking for basically wishes from maintainers to match with funders. My experience in success has been, so mostly speaking from, so a couple of the programs that I've run are the FOSS Fund, which is corporations that come together to fund open source interdependencies, and also the Mozilla Open Source Support Fund. So those are two funding models I've worked with. I think success always comes when funders understand what the impact is that their funding dollars will result in. And so FOSS Fund, which is largely through employee nomination and sponsorship, doesn't have that. So there's sort of like this brand value of, look at, we contribute to open source, like we care, but it's really hard to advocate for increased budgets and that sort of thing when there's not that impact piece. So the MOS Fund at Mozilla was successful in that regard because it was a proper program with milestones, and you could see where that improved a project. It was more secure, those types of things. So just basically visible impact. So, and that's the thing the wish list is really trying to do, is standardize the types of resources. So I heard people talking about resources that, implementing governance, having succession plans, all these like metrics around sustainability are what that we're hoping to provide to maintainers, and then also speaks to that impact. So yeah, at the end of the day, this project has governance, and that's allowing them to distribute funds to their community, which is actually a huge problem sometimes when projects get dollars. Like the distribution piece is hard. So that's just a quick summary.
Thank you, Emma. Yeah, it's all right. One of the things that great stories. I loved the MOS Fund while it was still around. It was a fantastic program. One of the things that I'm worried about is, as we stand up more and more programs, make more funds available, is people coming in who don't actually are the target for that money, but who are better equipped or find strategies because they focus on getting the money rather than building software. How do we design the systems so that we don't have that extraction problem that we have now, where software is being built and then used, but the monetization of it, there are people who really are good at that, but it's not flowing back into the building, and we could end up in a similar situation with public funds.
Yeah, I'm happy to jump in on that. And again, for me, this comes back slightly to what do we mean when we're talking about funding, right? So from our perspective, what we're doing is using public procurement to pay for maintenance work, right? If Adriana, my boss, was here, she would throw a shoe at me if I referred to that as funding, right? Because we are essentially a kind of new public organization that recognizes the value of open source maintenance labor, right? And what that means in practice is also working very closely with the communities to scope what work is necessary, what's needed. And that in and of itself, I think, functions as a guard against, these kind of more exploitative practices. We do have speculative applications from people where you kind of question the motivations behind the application. And yeah, they're projected out of hand, So I think it does become a matter of processes. It does become a matter to the extent of bureaucracy. I would also just loop back slightly to what Lucas was saying as well, was, the the criteria that we had, which our technologists have, which our technologists drew up, they're also a guard against precisely that kind of question, right? They give us a very narrow focus. And that works up to a kind of definition of what we call open digital infrastructure. Doesn't mean that we can fund every kind of open source project or software project, and we wouldn't want to because of our need at the end of the day to be accountable to our ministry and taxpayers. So we are just one actor in this space where there's a huge need. I don't have the easy answer for preventing against, those kind of exploitative practices of people applying for funding for the wrong reasons. But at the very least, there are some mechanisms in place when it comes to our work that ensure that, that's not going to happen.
And jumping on that, I'm an international lawyer by background, and lawyers and politicians often get a bit of a bad name in technical communities because they don't necessarily understand what's happening at the grassroots, and they don't necessarily deploy funding, regulation, etc. in a way that is commensurate with what's actually happening and what's actually needed. And in situations where, say, a policymaker goes away and creates a new fund but doesn't develop it in coordination and collaboration with that community and doesn't staff it with people from the community like the STF and what we're planning to do with the EU STF, then there is that increased risk that these actors would come along and exploit that and direct money to where it's not necessarily needed.
Do you want to come on, join the circle?
Hi, I'm Addie. So you asked for examples of tools that, or funds that have been successful. I don't know if you guys are familiar, but there is a tool out there, an open source tool called Ecosystems. And they have two applications. One is a dashboard which answers your question specifically in terms of what is critical open source and determining what that is with certain criteria and giving visibility to it, which enables everyone to kind of make an argument to their stakeholders about why we need to do certain things and what is necessary and where are the weaknesses, et cetera. And then funds, which to your point in terms of visibility for what happens to the funds and transparency from the very beginning, who gets it and where it goes to, it automates that and everything's documented and everything's visible. So those open source tools already exist. And so I ask, you're talking about the flexibility of your model and how you are implementing this. Have you looked at kind of the ecosystem and what is available right now and how you might want to implement that using current tooling, or is that you want to build your own kind of system? I don't know if that's a part of what you guys are looking at, but I know that Ecosystems has that tool, and I just thought it would be an important thing to kind of point out, or if you're familiar with it.
So like last time I checked with Ecosystems, I like the project a lot, especially people behind it. But it not easily does give you an answer about the criticality of the software. And the last time I checked, it's mainly on downloads based judgment if it's critical or not. The thing is that you can have a library that has millions of downloads, but it doesn't mean it's critical. It's just used in some popular project as a dependency, but it's really easy to replace with something different. It doesn't mean it's, from my point of view, as a guy from infrastructure, it doesn't mean it's critical. The thing is that we need more flexibility here. Ecosystem is definitely, in my opinion, one of the sources of truth for this system that we should build together. So that's definitely like downloads we can count, but it's just one of many metrics that we should take into account, because there's a lot of open source work that cannot be counted by downloads. Async API, it's a spec. You build contracts. There's no way to measure how many downloads of, I don't know how many people read it, the markdown, or how many contracts they created and how critical they are for the infrastructure. So I think we need, again, going to this word of inventory, there's a need to build this inventory together. So there's an ecosystem, there's a STF or NLNet. These different groups have experienced also how they decided to choose a given project. best would be if they exchange the knowledge, write it down also as a kind of rules, like what were the metrics, what were the rules used to choose if something is critical. But then there's also a lot of companies already, like Mercedes, probably many people know Mercedes, how they are involved in open source, but many others that they already have these internal programs where they generate a list of projects that they use. Would be best if they make it public. All these companies that they use the software, just make it public. And we can assure them it's not because if you make it public now we're gonna come to you and give us the money. No, just make it public. Use your engineers, use your talk to your people internally. Put some metric to say why this given project is critical. Then let's gather the same information from, let's say, 100 corporations or 1,000 corporations. And I believe we're going to see some pattern out of the data, how we can really identify something is critical. But ecosystem is definitely one of the.
I was just going to say from a critical, I totally agree in terms of the criticalness of software and determining that, but earlier on, Don was talking about when you look at a project, how do you assess that, and came up with a way to kind of look at how that works. And I think that that's something that each stack, each company, each group is going to have to do in order to determine what's critical for them, because it's an individual thing. So there's not a universal, oh, it's critical across everywhere. No. They built it this way, they built it that way, this is how this, and each one is specific. So, but yeah.
Yeah, I would just second that point, and I think for those that are interested, Ben and Andrew from Ecosystems gave a really good talk last year at FOSDEM in the funding dev room on provocatively titled Funding, You're Doing It Wrong. And they lay out, they're thinking about a kind of, purely usage and adoption based kind of approach to identifying and labeling criticality. Looping back to what I said again at the beginning, I think that's just one of several different approaches. Ben and Andrew kind of characterized our approach at STA as the Ouija board approach, which I took personally, but I think in and of itself is kind of actually justified, because there are certain open source projects, components that from a purely quantitative perspective would go under the radar. We've invested in Fortran, for instance, right? Doesn't necessarily match up to all of these other kind of mapping and indicator projects that are out there. So yeah, just to say that lots of different approaches, equally valid in some ways, depends what kind of problem and what interests you're representing. We're doing this on a very, very narrow sort of subset of projects that we identify as open digital infrastructure, but we obviously totally welcome working with and collaborating and coordinating with other funding organizations that may have different priorities. And I think that's part of the point that Lucas was definitely appealing for.
And very quickly, the EU STF is essentially a scaled-up version of the German model. So fundamentally, the overarching infrastructure is going to be a legal structure that's adopted by a political consensus and agreement. But we talk about in the report, and I mentioned flexibility and community focus and all these principles that we considered in making our proposal, that we do want to engage with diverse stakeholders who may themselves have different governance structures and different priorities. And having that diverse engagement will only make the fund stronger as a whole. And thank you for sharing your example. It was very interesting.
I just wanted to pop up and add around ecosystems. There's an opportunity with that data set as well, because they're having worked with Andrew on open source wish list, they're willing and able to add data to their data sets about any project. So one of the things that we're experimenting with around the wish list is that is something that anyone can discover through like a CI/CD application in their dependencies, so they can just so what I'm trying to say is that ecosystems is going to add wish lists to their data set, so that just make it really easy to find, so it becomes a two-way conversation. It's not just users trying to look at what is the risk, what is the usage, what is the criticality. They also have this two-way conversation where a maintainer is also saying, I need this, or this is a risk I'm experiencing. And so it just increases the chance that you're going to be successful. And anyways, to ecosystem, big fan, but they're willing to work with those kinds of things and add them to their data set. So it's not necessarily like how it's going to be forever. There's an opportunity for all of us to build in standards of something that great work. So.
So we have the inventory building. It's just about the data that we have to put in. So it's even better.
One of the things, talking with Andrew about building the ecosystems data set and starting to have funding mechanisms that look at the graph of dependencies. He has an interesting story where there was a funding mechanism that was looking at how often is a dependency used, and then suddenly there were thousands of new repositories that were all using the same dependency, and someone was gaming the system. So as we are building out these data sets, that's also something to think about. What incentives are we creating in the data set and how we use the data sets? And the more it's automated, the more people will definitely game the system. I see you coming back. Do you want the microphone?
Because kind of, if you like, a defense of the Ouija board approach, and touching on something that Emma said earlier, I mean, data's only good for so much, right? And it has a flattening perspective, right? I mean, it would be fantastic if we could all turn this into, metrics and indicators and so on and so forth. But there is, at the end of the day, a very kind of human problem at the heart of this, which is we're talking about communities and individuals doing this work, and you can't just completely flatten context through data. And I say that having studied data science, so I really would emphasize that. Like, there is nuance and there is context, and that gets squeezed out when you take these kind of broad picture perspectives.
All right, any last words, because we're coming up on the end of our time? Yeah, you can. Tara? Here's a chair for you.
Just quick. I just want to add a specific example of where metrics, the limitations of metrics, because sometimes it tells you what's being used, it can tell you what the gaps are, but it doesn't help you with the more strategic aspects of things, and sometimes whether something should continue to still be used. One specific example is from the JavaScript ecosystem is Lodash, which was really popular in the past. It was highly useful, but has been superseded by the new specifications. And so if you look currently at the metrics, it would appear as if Lodash is very critical, and it probably is, because lots of people have now moved on from it, but they should probably move on. And that's something if you're just purely looking at the metrics and you're not familiar with the context of the technology, where you would certainly miss.
Yeah. Thank you, Tara, for adding that.
I think when you look at open source and sustainability in general, you're talking about resources, and we're obviously talking about funds, how funds are going to be handled. But open source has two resources, just boiling down, that are critical. To your point, the human aspect is a big piece that is not a data set, it's a person. And that infrastructure is just as critical as funding, and it's certainly a need.
All right. Then I'm going to thank all of our panelists. Thank you to our audience. It was fantastic. I have one more thing I want to do before we start the social. So the panelists officially concluded. I wanted to put the spotlight. Thank you, yes. I'm coming over here. Paloma, where are you? Paloma brought 2 copies of her book, and earlier she had invited all of you to write stories or hopes and dreams on here, and she asked me to pick 2 who now are getting a copy of her book, with the stipulation that you do not keep the book. You can read it, but then please pass it on to someone else you met here at CHAOSSCON, okay? That's the deal. Yeah, we're all about sharing. Oh, not so. Okay, further away. I learned how to use microphones. Excellent. Okay, thank you. Yes. Technologists. And still, I get to learn. Thank you. All right. I love this color. I don't know who was this. Is the person of the author of this note in the room? That's you, David. Awesome. Oh, David, do you want to read your note?
Yeah. So one thing I think would be really exciting to help open source be more inclusive is to have an easy first contribution using art, like p5.js. We did this at our conference to welcome non-techies to figure out how to do their first contribution into your project.
Awesome, thank you. And then I picked this one. I don't see a name on here. Is that you? All right, do you want... She gets a book, and then do you want to read what you had?
Well, I've started my open source journey 1.4 years ago. I got so inspired by the non-code contributors mostly, because the amount of work that they put into but still get less recognition. This year I joined Jupyter Community Building Group last year, so as part of that working group, my goal is actually to build a community health metrics dashboard that includes not only code contributions, but also non-code contributions for the entire Jupyter community. That includes 9 sub-projects using chaos metrics. So I'm looking forward to it. I'll share about it as a blog once we build it.
Awesome, thank you. And thank you, Paloma, for bringing the books and sharing them with the Chaos community, since a lot of it was shaped by conversations we had in Chaos. So everyone, check out her book. Where is Maryblessing? I don't see her. Okay. Well, I was going to pass on back to her. We are now concluding most of the program. There is still meetup time after the social. And Emma, do you want to put a plug in for your session later?
So I have the only session after people have been eating and are tired. And the focus is on alignment, open source, and AI. And it's a BOF, right? So, and we have a set of questions from our AI alignment working group, the Chaos Project, and really it's to get to understand how AI is or is not turning up in your open source project, and how well that aligns with your values, your goals, or what you're seeing, so that we can start to create maybe a common language around that and some shared experiences for kind of future work. So it's a conversation. It includes AI, including saying no if you want. We just want to have all those sorts of conversations. It's after dinner. I don't want to be lonely. I've come all this way from Canada. So hopefully you'll see a few of you there. Oh, sorry, it's at 7? 7. Where?
Satoshi. Yeah, just across the bridge up here. So if you walk across the bridge in the Satoshi room. All right. Yeah, thank you. All right, with that, we are now starting the fun social where we get together. We'll have a little crafting station. Do you want to talk about it?
Okay, so the social will be here on this floor, and then also downstairs in the co-working space. Downstairs in the co-working space where there's tables, I've 3D printed a whole bunch of different Chaos logoed things, and we can make them into whatever you want. So come hang out with us, make something, or if you're not inclined to make something and just want something, we can help you make it.
All right, so for the social, I think we are going to have pizzas and some other things that are more allergen friendly. And I'm not quite sure what that is right now. I'm sure it'll come. We'll make this space a little bit more comfortable. if you feel inclined to help move chairs to the back of the room so we have more place here, and then pull the cubes out and you can form a small circle. Whatever suits you. This is an organic emerging space. Feel free to make this your space and have a good time. Thank you for being here.